Hello, 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 hello. Happy Sunday. Oh my gosh. Long awaited return of GGG from break. And then they dropped an announcement that they will be, thank you, Tavo. They will be doing a 0.1.1 patch. So we're going to talk about that. It'll be live here in a bit. And we'll watch it. How you doing, Tavo? I got my coffee. I've got a little bit of trail mix. I'm chilling. Let's see here. Titans, hello. Oh, let's do this. There we go. Doing great. How are you doing? Is your ankle doing better? No. ankle's ankle's not doing better, but it's fine. I kind of messed up. It's really, really hard to be careful with my ankle because it doesn't really hurt for the most part. It's hurt sometimes, but like, yeah, I have high pain tolerance, I guess. Like, I just don't, I don't know. And pain is an important thing to feel to not hurt yourself. I don't think going jogging with a sprained ankle or fractured ankle is a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, no, I'm being as careful as I can be. But like on one of my days off, I wasn't really paying attention. I was at my computer for a while. And I looked down. And my ankle had swelled up like all the way back to the worst of it. Because I just wasn't paying attention. So I don't know. I just have to be careful. Keep an eye on it. You know? But yeah, it's really tricky because I don't get a lot of the same signals that other people get when your body's trying to tell you, "Hey, don't do that. You're hurting yourself." So, yeah, I just have to be really conscious of it. Anyway, I'm excited for today, despite my ankle troubles, because we are getting patch 0.1.1 at some point. They're announcing it and talking about it today in a live stream. And about I guess it would be like about an hour and a half from now. Obviously, I would love if everything on this list, or something similar happens, but I doubt that every single one of these still happens, or even one of them. I don't know. However, I do have one prediction. I didn't make a bingo sheet for today. Excuse me. I know one prediction though that I want to put on. Just that I think there'll be some sort of reset. This could be in the form of like a mini league or like a hard economy reset. Something like that, because I can't spell. I don't, actually don't even say this. I think like a mini league, like reset type thing. So maybe there's no actual like league mechanic or anything like that. And we don't, and I don't think they would make us lose our characters at this point because they said that we would keep them. However, I could see them doing like a league within early access just so that they could test actual economy changes after making other changes. Because there were some exploits that happened that affected the economy. But also, if they make changes that, you know, affect the progression, which a lot of the changes that I think not just me, but other people want would affect progression, they would want to retest those things. I don't, the thing is, the numbering system for this patch, I don't know how much to read into it. But normally in PoE1, going from 0.1.0 to 0.1.1, that's a major patch, like a league. And if I read into it like it's a league, then potentially new classes are coming. Like new content could be coming because if it's a major patch, or potentially more new acts in the story. So those could be huge if they announce those today. I don't really expect it. It just doesn't seem like that they've had enough time, but also they work so fast that it's really hard to say. Um Also, there's so many complaints about the in-game in particular that I would think that their main focus would be there. But it's hard to say what they're going to prioritize here. I really don't know. Really haven't heard it from them. Um in any sort of like casual way since early access actually came out. And I'm so glad that today's announcement will be followed by an interview. So I think Jonathan and Mark will be on Tavern Talk with Darth and Gazzy. And we could get a lot of information about just like their thought process and their priorities, which I'm very, very interested in. Because, like, I have full confidence the game's only going to get better. I'm very happy with the way the game is now. But there's stuff I want changed, obviously. But really, my curiosity is just like, what are they thinking? I'm so curious, and I wonder like how much of this stuff they'll, because sometimes they'll like talk, and it's just like they'll change my mind because they've thought through all this stuff really well, you know, and they know their game better than anyone. And yeah, I just think there's a chance that they did change my mind. Also, it's a long shot, but I have heard a lot of people complain about it more than ever in PoE1. In-game trade? Like, I would be excited about all four of these things happening. Or any one of these four. But again, I feel like all of these are kind of like Well, maybe not the first one, but these three are kind of like new content, and I just don't know if I should expect that from this update or not. Whereas like these are like tweaks. I mean, like this one's not really. This one's more of a the content thing, but like these are more like tweaks. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. Let me see. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Also, they normally announce like league content stuff 2 weeks before. So they could just like announce their plans for what will be as big as like a league patch. And they're gonna because they have 2 weeks from the announcement for it to actually come out, then you know, maybe they'll actually do it. Let's see. I want to see what some people have to say about the game. Oh, also Filter Blade for PoE 2 came out. So excited. I already set it up. I'm so ready. All right. So Pox has a video. Did I unmute this? 1 month into EA changes he would like to see. Let's watch this.
Why? Hello and welcome everybody. Also, good morning. So it's been about a month, maybe a little bit over a month now since PoE 2 has been out, and everything has been pretty much sunshine and rainbows for my content, but today I kind of want to go over not necessarily like constructive criticism, but more so what I would like to see changed moving forward. Obviously not every single one of these, also kind of just like food for thought and discussion. So you guys let me know what you think. The reason why I'm making this video now is we actually have a big announcement coming out from GGG in, I want to say, a couple of hours. They're doing a live stream reveal. So it's kind of also not even really like a predictions, but we'll just go ahead and get into it and you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So I have a 95 SSF Invoker. We're close to 96. We've got the 89 Corrupting Cry. The first character I made, the Blood Mage, and then a Witch Hunter I didn't end up liking. So I've played quite a bit of PoE 2 now. So let's get into some of the nitty gritty, maybe is a good term to use. All right, for any TV users, don't worry, I'll be reading every single one of these questions out loud. I actually notice you cannot increase the font size on here for some reason. I'd have to put these over in like Notepad Plus or something, but I'm too lazy to do that. So first step would be number one, on death effect situation is out of control. You ever kill like a rare mob, for example, and it drops like an exalt, and you're like, ooh, I want to pick that up, and then you die, and the exalted orb is on the floor? I've seen about 10,000 Reddit posts with this.
To catch you up, Lola, there's a big patch announcement coming today. Not potentially the patch itself, but they're going to do a live event. So we're going to watch that together. And I was just talking about what could be in it, what I would hope would be in it, and I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what to expect, but now we're watching Pox's video on his feedback real quick.
I know the simple solution for people is to say something like, well, just be patient. But the thing is when you're clearing maps with 20, 30 rares in them because of league mechanics, if not more, definitely more just from Breach, it feels really bad to be scared of the lingering effect rather than the rare monster itself, right? Just kind of a me thing. It's also everywhere. Oftentimes it's cluttered by like foliage here, and it's just kind of a little bit too crazy. PoE 1 was already kind of ridiculous with on death effects, and it ended up punishing the casual crowd more than the Zoom crowd, because people who one-shot the pack and move forward are already done with the on death effect, whereas someone struggling to kill.
But also, you just wouldn't, like, if you're new, you would have no idea what even killed you. And that's really, I think that's more frustrating than anything, is like the visibility on so many of these is really, really bad. It's really, really bad. Like you saying, like under foliage and stuff. And I know when I started PoE1, there were so many times that I died that I couldn't tell you what killed me. And I think that's still the case in both games. And the if on death effects would help that happen less, then like I just think they shouldn't. They should. I would rather they be completely gone from the game. If it would be a huge step towards that direction. But at the same time, I'm not completely against the idea of them. Like the big explodey guys. Like there's one on Death Effect where like this dude gets like really bloated and then he explodes. I think the visibility on that's really, really good. And then like there's a long enough time for you to react to it. So like if it was as visually clear as that, then I wouldn't mind as much. But all the pools on the ground that are like almost invisible, I really don't like those. Like um pools which aren't on death effects but necessarily, but pools on the ground and then like um hard to see effects on the ground that like go under the foliage and stuff like that are on death effects. Not great.
Kill the pack is actually going to have to like experience it, right? Moving on. We're not afraid of monsters, so this is kind of, I guess, going in with that. We're not afraid of monsters. We're afraid of the random skill effects slash on death effects. This one is definitely hard to balance. I just needed to vent my frustration. So one portal per map right now, I still think is a little too punishing with the current situation of on death effects, along with the fact of defenses being in a really weird.
I think the bigger problem with mapping in general is still just that 90%, if not more, of the maps that you do will have no content in them. Like, and then when you finally do get content, it's not even your choice, it's random. Like, even when you use the towers, it's somewhat random because you can't control which maps, like, it goes on to. And you just do so many maps where you don't have content. And so if you are dying, if you finally get to a map with content and then you die and you lose that content, that's just too punishing. It's like you just made someone suffer forever and ever and ever. And then you took away the fun part. Like the punishment shouldn't be taking away the fun. I think that's crazy. So like, and then I'm still just of the opinion, let me decide what content is in the map on like the map device or something. Like, let me control what's in the map. And I should never, ever have to do a map with no content in it. That makes no sense. I just don't think it should ever be the case that I have to do a map that has no content in it. That makes no sense. Let me play the game.
For another one a little bit later. Basically, if your build feels really strong because you're ES, the game feels balanced around it. But then the minute you play like a more, I don't know, like vanilla character, not vanilla character, but say you're just walking around with like 2.5k life, 5k armor, 5k evasion, res cap, the game is all of a sudden terrifying every single place you go. So this one here, what is going on with the tower situation? The tower situation is basically you're supposed to explore these towers, and then you find the tablet, and then you put the tablet in the tower, and then a whole bunch of maps in radius. So like here's a tower right here is actually a prime example. I'm running a tower. Now my problem with the tower situation is that right now towers kind of feel like they're not really part of the game. Basically, you run a tower, and when you open the tower with the map, it reveals like a large amount of the atlas, and that part's like kind of cool. But the issue is you now have to spend a map to go run the tower. It has like 10% of the monster density, and you cannot put league mechanics other than I think correct.
I think one like really, really band-aid fix for this could just be that you don't have to spend a map. But I think that doesn't really get to the core of the issue, which is just that these are boring. These are boring, and I think that's the general problem I have with the end game in general. It's just like you can't let us do the content, right? Like let us have that feeling of choice that we have in PoE1, where like we do what we want to do in end game, but you know we have to work to get to the part where we like scale up the difficulty. But if I just want to do a type of content, I shouldn't be held back from doing that.
Eruption on it, it just feels kind of lame. It felt pretty good, maybe like, the first 10 you run, and then it just became more tedious rather than anything. I think
Yeah.
they should maybe allow it so that we could just, when we reach the tower, it's just unlocked and we just have to click it, and then boom, you're rewarded. Or maybe redo a mechanic where there's just something more in the tower, whether there's like a second floor. I think Ziz recommended like a boss. Just I want something from it. Otherwise, you have players going crazy trying to basically, read the bones of the dead fallen right here and try to figure out, oh, well, James actually died over here and Harry died over here, but Dumbledore died over here, which means if you take all three of their wands and point them together, you can actually find Snape on the other side of the angle, and you'll find a stronghold over there. Actually, I don't even know what their citadel. There we go. So like right now, the tower situation just feels like a meme more than anything. Armor just feels lackluster without more ways to scale it. So we all know about this topic right here. I actually think a small amount of armor is okay, but it's only okay when you're playing something like.
Oh, and I don't know if I talked about this on stream, but since we're talking about the towers, I got over a certain amount of minions on my minion character. And I've basically rage quit the end game, at least in terms of playing my minion character, because once you get over a certain number of minions, the AI stops working so often, especially in towers. It is so frustrating. It has been the cause of every single one of my deaths since I got more minions. It's absurd. It has actually been the thing that killed me. It'd be like 90% of my minions literally stop moving or doing anything. They're just stuck. They're not attacking. Like they'll be like, I can literally see them. They're just like bunched up and they're ignoring the enemy because I assume that they're trying to like solve how to get through the door. And so they just aren't attacking. It's awful. It's actually completely awful. So minions are pretty much just straight up broken. Once you get past a certain number of them. So yeah, I pretty much just like I haven't been running maps anymore on my witch because not only are there all these other problems with endgame, but just to add to it that like I basically randomly die outside of my control because my minions just stop functioning was way too frustrating, and I literally just like rage quit and I just have not gone back to it. So I hope they address that because it's really, really bad. It's crazy because like minion builds were like really, really popular. As far as I understand, like I think a lot of people have been playing minions. And then it's just one of those things where like it's a minor issue for a long time when you play minions, but once you have more minions, it gets worse. To the point that it's actually, in my opinion, unplayable. So it's pretty bad. But yeah, and part of that is exacerbated by towers, and like you have to do them so many times, and it's all the same layout, and it is especially tough on minions, but even if it wasn't, it's just boring, right? Like it's just not good.
Like an invoker who gets 10,000 armor and 10,000 evasion while also having energy shield and the abundance of defensive layers. So
I
in
cannot
PoE 1,
speak
armor is
intelligently
also
on this
bad.
defense
The difference
stuff.
between PoE 1 and PoE 2 is that you have sources of conversion, meaning physical damage taken as X element, because when you
I will say though, I've heard a lot of people talk about this whole armor situation, and honestly, I just feel like it's the exact same situation in PoE 1. Like I'm not an expert, okay? I am such a casual gamer, Path of Exile. I love the game, but like I don't know what I'm talking about. But it just seems like to me this is exactly how it works in PoE 1. Like when I can really only go off of like feeling, but whenever I've played like armor or evasion characters compared to when I play something with a lot of ES, or like get a lot of life, or I get a lot of leech, or like any alternative to energy shield, that has felt so much less tanky to me than energy shield in PoE 1. So I don't really feel like this is a new problem, and like he's talking about conversion, and like my issue with that is that it's very thematically like annoying. Like the literal example of it in PoE 2 is that you would put a dress on a warrior. A unique dress that converts damage from like I think like elemental to physical or something like that. Like basically you have to do things that don't really fit into the fantasy of playing melee or playing, you know, a tanky dude or whatever it is in order to achieve the same thing. Like it's always felt to me that in PoE 1, the balance of power was always leaning toward the magic side of the tree. And I think that just is still the case in PoE 2. Um like it's not that you can't make anything work in PoE 1 because you can, and because it's older and we have so many more things, like you have a lot of tools to make it work. And so I think that's why like veterans of the game feel like PoE 2 has a bigger problem than PoE 1. But I think at the end of the day, this is a PoE problem that's just carrying through into PoE 2. That's my take, at least. But again, I am not like a master player or whatever. I've mostly followed build guides. You know, like I have hundreds and hundreds of hours, sure, but I barely know what I'm talking about. I guess, yeah, casual is maybe not the right word. I just mean like I don't consider myself a professional in like how the game works. I'm not a master of the mechanics. I've played a bunch, but like a lot of my takes on this particular topic aren't based in me like knowing actual facts and figures. It's just like my feeling from playing the game. So that's why I'm prefacing it, because like I could definitely be wrong here. But that's just how it feels to me. But yeah, I don't know, and it is a little strange to me that like so many of these like people that I do consider experts in the game that really understand the mechanics don't really see it that way. But I guess again, in their minds, maybe having the way to work around it. I don't think they care as much about the fantasy of it, whereas I actually do care about the fantasy of it. Like if I'm playing a heavily armored character, like I want to build into the fantasy of being like I'm this physical juggernaut. I don't want to have to like wear a dress or spec into some magic stuff just to make my build work. I want to spec into my physical stuff to make my build work, because that's what the fantasy of playing that character is. Or like same for like evasion. Like if I'm playing ranger, like I would love to be able to just actually fully spec into evasion type things to really play into the fantasy of that role and like wear this light armor and all this other stuff. I don't want to spec into energy shield just to stay alive, because that doesn't feel like that's a different fantasy. It's not necessarily a bad one. Like being a magic archer sounds cool too, but I just think both should be able to exist. And I think right now in both PoE 1 and PoE 2, it doesn't really feel that way. You saw Elon Musk embarrass himself playing PoE 2? Yeah. Yeah, apparently he the rumor is on the internet he paid somebody or multiple somebodies to pilot his character to the top of the ladder so that he could occasionally stream and act like he was one of the top 20 players. I don't know if that's true or not. It kind of seems true based on the footage I saw of him playing the game. He doesn't act like somebody who's played nonstop since early access came out, and also I don't think he has nearly enough time to play the game to be in the position that he's in. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen with all that.
Convert the damage of physical to another element, the initial hit is lower.
Oh, and account sharing is against the rules, so it's very possible that he gets banned for that behavior if GGG can prove that he's doing it. So I don't know. I don't know if his character. I think he's had multiple characters die, but yeah.
Which means you need less armor, right? That's kind of how it works. When you have endurance charges and physical damage taken as X element, you can make 10,000 armor feel like 80,000 armor, right? As a weird example. But PoE 2 just doesn't have this layering of defenses yet. There are a few sources but not to the point where you can make armor pop off without using everything, basically, right? Why does life only get 3k when ES builds get 30k? No, Gemling Strength Stacker doesn't count. Life is in kind of a weird scenario, right? I think everyone
Life is
kind of
weird.
knows that.
Yeah,
Energy
they pulled life off of the tree, and then they didn't pull energy shield off of the tree. And then life on your gear is harder to get than energy shield on your gear. So it just kind of seems like a recipe for disaster. I just died. Oh no.
shield can get very high values because you can kind of min-max and try to recraft your gear over and over to get massive base values, which then scale with increases on the tree. So like this character is a pure ES evasion character. If I went pure ES, I could easily see myself getting over 10,000, for example, right? Easily. And then Grim Feast puts that to 20,000. So that's like an example of extreme defensive scaling. I personally prefer evasion because I stagger damage a lot more, but the point still stands, right? Life is kind of stuck at 3k, whereas, I mean, depending on what you play, you could get a little higher, like if you're playing Titan and you get that 15% more health, but, you know, I'm not playing a class that gives me more ES, for example. So I really want to see what they're going to do with life. I don't know if they're just going to leave it alone. I don't know if we're going to get new spirit gems to fix that, but I really don't want, like, Blood Mage's skill on a spirit gem, so you just pick up life remnants, and now
I think my biggest fear, I guess, with this is that they try to fix the problem with like uniques or something. It shouldn't be required to play in order to play a defensive life character to get a specific unique or any uniques or something when an ES character doesn't need that. Because that's kind of where we are right now. But yeah.
to get really tanky, you pick up ES remnants to fix your mana, you get mana remnants, and to fix your life, you get life remnants. I don't know, that just feels kind of gimmicky, right? So we'll see what happens. The reason I say no, Gemling Strength Stacker doesn't count is Gemling gets double life bonus from
I
strength.
will say though, it could also just be a tuning of like, it's more like ES needs to, it could be a situation where ES needs to get nerfed. And then like, we need to get rid of things like there's over tuning in some situations that's like one-shotting life players or something. Instead of like making life stronger to meet ES. Like, I feel like it could be either way, right?
Strength, and then you stack strength because you can play like Gemling Stacker. But that's, you know, forcing you into like one archetype. ES could be fun or strong on almost anything you play, right? Crafting still feels non-existent. Can we buff the drop rate of Omens, Greater Essence, and Chaos Orbs? Now, I say this a lot from an SSF point of view. I'm biased here, right? As a guy who plays a shit ton of SSF, I don't ever see Omens. I run a lot of Breach, and I run a lot of Ritual. And the only Omens I really ever see are kind of redundant. They're the ones that, like, your next Exalt adds an extra affix, or your next Alchemy guarantees 3 suffix. And don't get me wrong, they're cool, but it's nothing to assist.
Also, I'm sure I haven't played as much as Pox has, but I have only seen one Orb of Annulment across all of my characters the entire time I played Early Access. I have seen one Orb of Annulment. So even if by some crazy chance I got that omen that like lets your Orb of Annulment target a specific mod, I don't have an Orb of Annulment. So I don't know.
In the crafting, the really rare ones I will pretty much never find in SSF. So that's kind of what's sad about that. The Greater Essence could actually be used when you get like a 1 to 2 property item to almost guarantee like a 3rd property item, but Greater Essences are also so rare that I almost don't want to use them because I'll do a crazy farm session, find like 3, and then I don't want to use them because if it hits bad, it's like demoralizing, right? So that's kind of what I don't like about the Greater Essence scenario. And the reason why I say to buff Chaos Orbs is Chaos Orbs can be spammed and they can be used on semi-good items to make them good. But I find myself, you know, I'll do a session of farming and I'll find, I don't know, maybe like 5 Chaos, right? After a big session. And then I spend like 5 chaos on that one item, and then it's gone. And then that's it, it's gone. Like, I don't know, I don't want less exalt, I just want slightly more chaos so I feel I can use it for its intended purpose. Because as of now, it feels like maybe every 100 chaos I use, I maybe get an outcome that feels like it's actually worth equipping over my previous gear. So definitely in a weird spot with chaos. Life regen on the tree is based on percent max life, but with no percent max life on the tree, it seems odd. I remember when I played my Blood Mage, I went out of my way to go to the Templar section of the life of the tree. So that's like the middle left section. And I remember picking up these nodes that were giving me like 10 life regen per second. But the problem with 10 life regen per second is mobs are not going to wait for your life regen to heal up. With most of it being on gear, and gear being hard to craft, it makes it even really weird. So the reason I talk about life regen is I know Righteous Fire is going to come out at some point. Not even sure how it's going to work because they said it's not going to be the same. But I just get weary of this because no idea, right? Like, I tried building around regeneration mechanics, and it feels like it's better to just get gear than to spec into it on the skill tree.
Yeah, that's fair.
Map backtracking still feels awful. Could we make maps smaller and more condensed? Also highlight league mechanics so we don't have to backtrack to find them. You ever do a ritual and then you realize, wait, I should probably hold off and clear the whole map first and then do the ritual? And then you spend 7 minutes running around your map trying to find the last ritual that's hidden in like the random nook and cranny, you know what I mean? Like, just like in like some weird spot. This feels so bad. Even with rare mobs, you know, like say right there, you see right there, maybe I did not clear right here on my map, and after going through the whole thing, it shows a rare mob right over there. It's like demoralizing, right? So definitely very curious on what's going to happen with this. I'm sure they don't want the mapping scenario to always feel like you're just perpetually backtracking. So we're going to see exactly what they do here, right? League mechanics don't feel balanced, make everything feel as rewarding as Breach or similar. I'm even okay if they tone Breach down a little bit, but then also raise everything up. When it comes to tablets, Delirium feels very much non-existent to me. I can get a few of them, but not that much. Delirium also feels very weird to run. It doesn't feel like PoE 1.
I just think, I don't know. It needs the league mechanics part of this needs so much tweaking, in my opinion, that like the balance of it, like even talking about what I would want balance wise right now just doesn't even make sense, because I just want the ability to have a league mechanic of my choice in every single map I run. That I don't care if that's an extreme take. I really don't. It's what I want. I don't care. I that's what I want. It would be more fun. And like they can nerf like the mechanics to the ground. I don't even care. As long as I actually get to do them in every map of the mechanic of my choice in every single map, I would have so much more fun. And then like just give me the ability to spend a bunch of currency, whatever you want, spend a bunch of Atlas points, anything like that to boost the reward and the difficulty of the mechanic. But like I should never ever have to run a map with nothing in it. It's stupid. It's just stupid.
At all, which is understandable, I get that, but it doesn't feel like I'm being rewarded for Delirium, so I don't know, it's a weird one. Ritual, again, like I said, feels like okay, but it's too rare to get the guy that you get to fight, and some rituals just don't feel very good. We're not even going to talk about being stuck in a tiny little corridor with a ritual. We're just talking about making them feel better. Expedition actually feels like okay to me. But again, the weird thing about most of these league mechanics is you have to ramp to them. A lot of them don't feel good at the beginning, and you have to work to get the points. And I'm actually kind of okay with that. It just makes it so mapping is your primary focus early game, and then like focus on league mechanics mid to late game, which again I'm like okay with, right? But I want them to all feel like Breach. I want to be very excited when I find them every time, right?
The problem is no matter how much progress you've made into the mechanics, you're still going to have to run a bunch of maps with nothing in it, the way the system currently works. Because you're going to have to map your way to a tower. And the most efficient thing to do is map your way to a tower by doing the lowest level waystones you have. And like avoiding the maps that are good that have things on them, so that when you do the towers, the maps that already have things on them get more things on them. So like the most efficient thing to do is the least fun thing to do. And that is a problem. That is a problem.
Let us remove runes.
Oh yeah.
Currently, the
Let us
scenario
remove
of runes is
runes.
a bit ridiculous since it's been like a
I
month.
agree.
Again, I realize they've been on holiday. Completely understand. I just thought it wouldn't be that big of a change to just make it so you can sock it. The only reason why I'm a bit anal on this is I remember in an interview with Zizarin, Mark was saying that it wouldn't be like that big of a deal if, the situation with runes is a little out of hand. We can just make it so you can unsocket it, but he doesn't think it'd be a problem. I very well may be taking him out of context. Maybe he was just regarding rune drops being common and wasn't thinking about having to like replace over. I just think it's an oversight, so I'm hoping that they just change this, right? Chaos damage still feel like it blasts life builds. This will probably always be the case. So before in PoE 1, chaos damage wasn't that crazy, and it took time before they made more league mechanics with chaos and etc. PoE 2 feels like chaos is mandatory right away with all the different mob types that use it. But again, with crafting being very difficult to actually acquire certain bases, I just think chaos damage is still extreme. I would like for them to...
Well, and what I find a little weird about chaos damage is that you're exposed to it really early on. Like in the campaign, you're exposed to chaos damage like really early on, and you have no tools. Like they literally can't drop, I think, until like after, like pretty significantly long after the fact that you are first encounter poison everywhere. So you can encounter poison in the jungle ruins, I think, is like the first time you really are in an area where you're just like constantly running into enemies that do chaos damage. And I'm pretty sure that at that point you cannot really get any chaos resistance at all. Like I don't think amethyst rings will drop at that point. Like I don't think you can really get it. I think maybe you could get really lucky and it would roll as like a modifier on a piece of gear, but like I don't think you actually have access to it. So you're like taking a type of damage that you have, the only defense you have against it is charms, which charms have some problems too. And how big your life pool is, basically. Whether that's energy shield or life or whatever. And that's really the only way. Like actually no, you encounter chaos even earlier because of the ritual area in Act 1. You encounter in that entire area with like all this chaos damage, and you do not have anything at that point to combat chaos damage. So I find that really, really strange. I wonder if it's just again like an oversight or something. But yeah, and like they had issues in Endgame where like the chaos damage stuff was like crazy overtuned. Like before I even got to Endgame, people were complaining about it, and then they had those patches come in that like nerfed every single like chaos skill that enemies did because it was just so bad. Yeah, I don't know.
To lower it by just like a tiny bit, just to see, if like give life builds.
I'm sounding like I'm really unhappy with the game. I just want to point out I'm not. We're talking about like feedback and stuff, so it just makes me like sound negative. But it's just there's a lot of things I do want changed. But I really love the game. Like the state that it's currently in is incredible considering it's early access. Like there's so many little things. Like there's so many systems in this game, and that like so many little details can have such a huge impact on the experience. There's just so many moving parts here, So there's a lot that I would like to see.
A little bit more of a chance, but I'm very skeptical on this one. I swear there's a mob that actually uses Hex Blast on you, in which case it's literally name locking you and detonating a curse. If that's true, like, that's just so screwed up. It looked like in one of my clips when I died, I had a curse on me, and a mob that Hex Blasted me. It did like 3k on my warrior character I was playing, but not actually sure, right? All right, we're about halfway done with this. ES evasion meta. Yes, I'm playing it. Feels very complete. I'd like to see more defensive layers added for other archetypes, and yes, we'll probably get more stuff with new classes. such as new spirit gems. I have an entire video talking about my invoker defensive layers as a prime example. What I mean by it feels complete is more so that you have ways to
Well,
scale your.
this is to his point. This is kind of an unfair comparison, and like it's really hard to not. We can only base our opinions on what we have, right? But at the same time, we don't have half of the tree basically of things, of skills, of weapon types. Like we are very heavily in the magic evasion part of the tree because we have both int based classes, we have the int dex based class, and we have a dex class. So that's that whole area, like right there, right? And so like magic being the strongest point kind of makes sense from that perspective because we have more characters that are int based than we have of anything else. I mean, I guess we have just as many. So we have 3 characters that involve int, and we have 3 characters that involve dex. So that's it. If you think about it from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense why int dex is such a strong combination right now, and why int is such a strong combination right now. Whereas if you look at strength, we've got 2 classes in that section, right? So it doesn't sound like that much, but I think the impact of that is probably bigger than we realize. Okay, Juan. Yeah, see you later. I think let me see here. How long we got until the announcement day? We're under an hour away. We're under an hour away.
Yes, you have ways to scale
Like
your
50
evasion.
minutes.
You have ways to make your evasion help assist your energy shield, right? It doesn't feel like you have much with that with life and ES in general, right? It feels like it's more of just a blank slate and they're going to add more. You have some weird stuff like there's like banners, but they're situational and you have to drop it down and you're not going to stand in an on death effect if you see it. You're going to try to move away from it, but this shit happens when you're not looking, right? I think there's like scavenge plating, which is okay, but you have to like kill mobs, so it's conditional. Conditional defenses always feel a bit weird, especially in PoE, in my opinion, but they like conditional, so I understand it. It just feels like there needs to be more, and I'm really hoping that like when Druid comes out, since Druid is like a strength int, I'm hoping they're gonna have some spirit gem that would feel really, really good for left side tree, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 3-to-1 reforge bench seems a bit tedious for a lot of items. I was okay with it when it was just my base items because it's not too big of a deal for me. I'm not the biggest fan of the crafting system, right? But it was okay for me to manage. It got really annoying when I was managing expert and advanced bases. But I know that when we get the rest of the campaign, we will not have this like expert base anymore, and we won't have advanced base anymore. So that's fine. But the issue is that you can also 3-to-1 maps, delirium, like the delirium currency, tablets, and I would rather just like go back to the vendor where you can just and not do like 1, 2, 3 click merge dragons. Ooh, I got a rare 1, 2, 3 click merge drag. It just feels a bit dated, right? But anyway, we'll see. At the current state, raw movement speed feels F out of 10. You basically always want 25 ms boots due to how big areas and maps are. Maybe make it implicit. Now, every time I talk about this, we get like a hot debate because people say like, oh, well, resistance is kind of mandatory. Why doesn't everyone just get 75 res? Damage is mandatory. Why doesn't everyone just one shot? But this is just making the game feel better, right?
Yes,
When there
gameplay
is
feel
so
thing.
much backtracking. Prime example, what you see on the screen here. Boss is all the way over there, by the way. When there's so much backtracking to be done, movement speed on boots feels mandatory. People only get X amount of time to play the game. If 20-30% of your time playing the game is running from point A to point B, I think it should just be maybe part of the game at that point, right? Now, the trade, or not the trade-off, but the I guess the constructive criticism here would be, what about boots always having an implicit, and the implicit scales off of item level or some other modifier, so you're not competing for the movement roll? or make it so you have some crazy out of combat movement speed, but I can see that making it get screwed up with certain whatever, right? But current state, it feels bad, right? Favorite system or reroll system for maps? No one wants to get breaches or stuff like Mire on stuff like Mire. Yeah, so the current state of maps are kind of crazy. More than half of the maps are pretty to run, but when you're spamming it, meaning you're playing it long term, you don't want to see them anymore, right? Like if you proc 10 breaches on a Mire map, you're just
Okay, I have kind of an extreme opinion on the mapping thing too. And this is like in combination with being able to just pick what you want on the map, right? I think the one and done system for maps, I think I'm not a fan. Because what if, let's say you find a group of maps that are like the actual which map it is like your favorite maps. Like, I don't know why you would love the one he's running in the background here. I think it's the Forge. But if you loved the Forge and you were in an area with a couple Forge maps, you could just rerun them. Like, you still needed waystones, and like whatever else. But like, I kind of don't know that I like this ability to. So like, I guess he's kind of saying it like a reroll system. But like, if I get to a biome and I'm like, ooh, this place is great. Like, I would love to be able to rerun it. And like, even like if we're gonna keep towers, right? And maybe towers become boss rush or something. They do something to make towers fun. If you could rerun towers and reboost maps and all this other stuff, like basically when you complete the map, any juice you put on it from a tower would go away. But I can also choose the content I want on it with the map device, and I can rerun that map as many times as I want, given having the waystones. That way, if you want to go explore the world and find like a better location that's for you or whatever, you can, you know, hunt out those unique maps, hunt out citadels, all that good stuff. But if you find like a biome you want to be in, and maybe there's like, there is actually some of this already in the game where the Atlas has some things you can kind of target farm based on the biome of map you're doing. That would be great. And then we need quality of life like crazy in the map. So like I had this on my other list. Like I want to be able to search. I want a search bar in the Atlas so that I can like find stuff. I mean, honestly, I think they should go a step beyond that. Like where I could maybe mark a map or an area so that I could easily go back to it, because like these people that have done like thousands of maps and their Atlas is huge, like it looks like a freaking nightmare to like find something that you were trying to do before or whatever. Like it's kind of a mess, but I mean, this is understandable. It's early access. They slap together an end game, all this stuff, but it would just be nice if they had like a bunch of quality of life in that area. Yeah, I think if you combined, let's like blank slate, like ignore how the game currently works. We have the Atlas, which have biomes. This is like my dream of how it could work that I think I would really like. Nothing starts with any modifiers outside of the like irradiated kind of stuff or the corruption. Those two modifiers could be on something naturally. Then if when you go to do a map, you select which league mechanic or league mechanics you want on the map at no cost. However, they're super base level, so they're like way less rewarding than they currently are, and they're way easier than they currently are at base level. And then if you go to a tower, it has like a boss rush or something to complete the tower. It shows you the big area of the world, just like it does now. And then you can put tablets in it, just like you can now. And those, instead of adding mechanics to maps, will add boosts. So the boosts that currently come from precursor tablets, those will be the only thing that's actually added. Or like, it'll add more, like for example, like a breach tablet or something, it could add more breaches in breach maps. But because you still control whether or not there are actually breaches in a map you run through the map device. And then adding on to his idea here, which I really like, if I did a bunch of maps, got to the tower, I beat the boss in the tower, I boosted the maps in the area. Now, because I can redo maps, they're not one and done, the path I took to get to the tower isn't wasted. I could have done mechanics all the way to the tower. They were just not upgraded, right? And then I could stay in that biome, running my favorite map over and over again, and boosting it over and over again, as much as I wanted to, as much as I had the currency for, basically, as much as I had the items to do so. And then add into that, obviously I think the progression in the Atlas for each league mechanic is fine. So like if you had been progressing that, then your breaches, your rituals, whatever would get harder and harder and harder, and the boss fights would get harder and harder and harder. I feel like if that was how it worked, I would be way more invested in the end game. Like I would be having so much fun. I'd be blasting. I would have done probably 10 times, if not more, the amount of grinding out the end game if that was how it worked. But the way it currently is, it just it's very frustrating to me. But that's so many changes that I feel like only really work when they're all done, that I just don't think it's very likely that that's how the direction that they go. I feel like it's way more likely that they're going to make baby steps, different things change, and not sweeping changes. But at the same time, this is GGG, and like they do take big swings. So it's also within the realm of possibility that they just throw out everything we know about the current endgame, and they have a completely different thing to throw at us. But who knows, right? I don't know.
Sad. You're gonna do them, but you're really sad. So a reroll system could be something like maybe whenever you claim you do your quests from Doriani and you get the bonus point, maybe you get +1 ability to reroll. So when you discover a node and you don't like it, you don't like the map, you click reroll and maybe it turns into something good. Now the problem with this is I can see this already being a little bit annoying because now you're artificially clicking more and more and more, but I think it's better than the current system. Something else could be maybe
I don't want rerolls in that
you
sense.
unlock a favorite system.
That sounds really tedious.
Like one because they actually have it as a template. And when you unlock the favorite system, you can choose the favorite map you want. So you go, maybe I like Sandspit. And whenever you reveal new maps, those new maps have X amount of chance to be your favorite map. Not sure. I kind of like the reroll system a little bit more because it means that if you see a league mechanic on there like Breach, maybe you really want to run Breach, but you really like the...
See, and this is why I think if the mechanics weren't innate to the location, it kind of just like makes all of this easier, right? Because then you don't need to re-roll it or anything like that. You just need the ability to do it again. Like if it wasn't such a big deal to be allowed to do the content, the mechanics, that it wouldn't be such a game-breaking thing to let you choose to do the content or re-roll the content or redo a map or whatever. But the way it currently works is just like... I really don't like that the punishment is I don't get to do the content. or I have to go do a bunch of things with nothing in them so that I can do the content again. It's like, go run on this hamster wheel and then I'll let you play the game again. But you have to run on the hamster wheel for 100 hours, okay? and then you can play the game.
The Sandspit map, but you'll meet 50-50 on some of the other maps because, Breach is a giant circle that expands, and Sandspit is more like an oval, like I guess a figure eight. Is that what it's called? Maybe not a figure eight. So you could play around with like, well, this map is not as beautiful to run, but it has a really good layout for Breach, so I'll take it, right? Because that way you can see the league mechanics on the map ahead of time, and then you can click it and re-roll it. Expanded stash tab affinity. Right now, after doing a juiced map, you spend a while trying to sort everything, so curious on when the next stash affinity is coming out. Example, Waystone tab. A lot of us just want to be in and out and get to the fun parts of the game, It's really odd when you clear a map and you have like expedition, breach, maybe you pick up some essences and you just go back to your stash and you hold control or you hold shift and you spam click through everything, and then like 85% of your inventory is still there because we're still in early access, which is fair point, right? Game's not finished yet, but we would like to have more quality of life so we're able to keep playing the game and testing the game, right? So this is like a big part. And they definitely said that they're working on it. It's just something that, so they know this is something we're really excited for. A lot of us want a cleaner system for our inventory, right? Charms. They feel really strange. Also, having to trade a resistance affix on a belt for a charm slot seems odd since it's so rare. What about if we make charm progression similar to Spirit in the campaign? That way players can start maps with charms of their choice so they can be protected against freeze or stun chain right away. If you ever ran a map, you open a map and the first mob you see is a Prowler Shade, and the Prowler Shade is stalking you, and his first hit freezes you, and after you're frozen, a pact slightly wanders to you, and the archer shoots you, stuns you, and now you're dead. Well, have no fear. The fixed charm system is here. With this setup,
Okay, let's let it finish.
You would have maybe say 2 charms from the campaign or 3, and then you're just done. That way you can walk into your map with a stun immune and a freeze immune. Now remember, this is not making you immortal, it's just protecting you from one instance where that would happen, which is usually, I would say, it's frustrating if it's the first thing that happens right when you enter the map, right? Because right away you can put a stun charm or you can put a freeze charm. You cannot put both of them. So this just is like a little bit more of a protection layer. Looting a 10 breach map literally makes me...
I kind of think there's a couple things with charms. I kind of think charms shouldn't be a part of belts at all. It should just be like picking up a uncut gem, or like similar to like you just pick up an item that unlocks the slot. Like trinkets in, like it could visually look like trinkets in Heist, where you just unlock an extra slot in your inventory. I just think it should be that. I just get an item at some point. Like you could even make, like, if they still only want you to have 1 or 2 by the end of the campaign, then they can just not drop them until higher level stuff. That's fine. But like, I just want to unlock them and then have them unlocked. Second thing, I am so confused, and like maybe I'm just dumb, but like charms, there's no like visibility when a charm is working. I don't think, unless I'm missing something. But like you see it on the bottom of your screen, but like unlike flasks where you see like it's empty or you can see that like it's doing something, I don't think there's a visual indicator for charms. Like maybe it's so subtle that I've just never noticed it. But like I feel like I have no visibility on how actually helpful any of my charms are. I don't know what the solution to that is, especially if there is a visual indicator and I'm just dumb and I'm not seeing it. But like, and like, I do definitely feel it if like I hit some kind of wall, like during the campaign, like I was in a poison area and then I didn't have a poison charm on, and then I just popped one on to see if it would help, and then all of a sudden I'm doing fine. Like I feel it in that sense. But in terms of like in the actual moment, I'm not like, oh, you hit me with poison, but I did get poisoned, and I can see that it's my charm that protected me. Like I feel like I don't really get that feeling directly. And I don't know if that's a UI problem or a me problem or like what's happening there. But yeah, but I do agree that like the way it works on the belts is super weird. And I think honestly it was just not on belts. It just worked like unlocking a trinket slot in Heist in PoE1. And you just permanently unlock on that character an extra slot via some sort of item drop. That would be great. I guess the only real problem with it is that there's no sync for an item like that. But I don't care. I don't care. I kind of agree. It's kind of like with the boot thing, where it's just like a belt is basic. At a certain point, belts are just worthless unless they have charm slots, right? Like those are just garbage on the ground unless they have charm slots. Once you get a belt with charm slots, belts without them are garbage. No matter how good the rolls are, it's yeah, it'll just be depressing, basically.
me want to uninstall. A little extreme there, unless it's on Mire. I know this is extreme, but could we get loot dropped at the end of the mechanic, or stack items, or vacuum loot to pick up in a radius? For example, my last big breach map, I looted 237 splinters. This is no cap. This alone was probably over 100 clicks.
Jesus.
Not to mention the other 1 million different currency types on the floor. Again, a weird scenario of like, when I'm doing the breach, I'm very excited. And then right when the breach ends, I have to sigh because I have to backtrack to get all of the loot, right? And what's alarming for me is that this system was still here in PoE.
It's funny because this is the feeling I get in any looter game in general. The moment the pace of the game picks up, I get frustrated that I have to slow down to pick up loot because it's like I have to manually pick up the loot. This is why I'm kind of just like in general with looter games. I would be perfectly happy if I didn't see any loot drop on the ground, or maybe I saw it, but I couldn't pick it up. And then when I go to leave the map, it's like, hey, here's everything that was on the ground. And then you're in a menu and you pick everything you want to actually take with you. I would love that. I am not one of these people that feels like it's important enough to me to actually pick up the item to like get the dopamine from it. It's honestly just tedious to me. But that's just, I mean, I think I'm in the minority here, but honestly, I would love if that was how it worked. Or if there was like, I guess if you made it an option, then people would just argue that it would be mandatory because it would be far more efficient than picking up items on the ground. But oh, it's such a pain. It's such a pain, and especially in a game with so much loot by the time you're in the end game. It's just so much. And like, imagine if like it worked that way where you just when you go to leave the map, it gives you a UI, and then you could just apply your filter, kind of like with you can do that in PoE 1, like where you apply loot filter to certain trade windows and stuff like that. And then it's just like boom, boom, boom. I mean, even better, honestly, is if you could apply your filter and there was just like a take all. If your filter applies, you could just press a button. It takes everything up to what you can carry of that thing. And then if it's too much for you to carry, then you have to like sort through it and decide what you want to get and what you don't want to get. Because I really just don't care. I don't care about the quote unquote gameplay of me slowing down to pick up shit on the ground or to try to look at what's on the ground. Like I don't know. I'm probably in the minority, but it's because I come from a place of like, I guess it's a Monster Hunter thing more than anything, because that's how Monster Hunter works in its essence, is that you don't really, like, yeah, you carve the monster at the end, but like there's not as much, outside of when they did the whole shiny system in Monster Hunter World, you're not really like constantly dealing with picking shit up. You just get your stuff at the end. It's not really missable. You know, you just get your stuff at the end. The carve is the missable thing, but again, that's once you're done with the hunt. So you're not just constantly managing trash the way you are in all these looter games. And like Monster Hunter is technically a looter game. It's just it's not a loot explosion game, I guess. I don't know how to really classify it, but yeah, I feel like Monster Hunter respects my time more with the inventory stuff, but also you don't have a limit to like, if at the end of the quest, you don't really have a limit to what you can pick up. Like if it's in a quest reward, you are going to get it if you want to get it. Your only real limitation is like if you're doing carves and your inventory is full, then you can't pick up the carved part. But again, like the quantity is so much lower there that it's just like not as much of an issue.
PoE 1, and now we're in PoE 2 with the same system. I'm really hoping it gets addressed because it's just so tedious walking around and picking up the loot, right? It's like when you're just regularly mapping, you can kill what's in front of you, pick up the loot, and keep going forward. But when you're doing time-based league mechanics, you're not going to spend as much time looting because you're going to spend time doing the mechanic, right?
This is the main reason I don't like the timed mechanics. I'm also not a big timed mechanic in any game enjoyer, but I feel like I wouldn't mind it hardly at all, honestly, in Path of Exile, if it were not for the loot. Like which is why like when you actually get a breach stone, I think those are great because you don't actually have to worry about the loot till you're all the way at the end. Basically that's how it works, right? Um Delirium is also kind of nice in this regard because you don't have to worry about the rewards from Delirium until the end. And if you're in a Simulacrum, it's even better because again, you just loot at the end. Like I feel like those are my favorite ways that it works. Versus like just constantly having to like slow down to pick up stuff. It's so annoying.
Right. So vacuum loot is basically like Last Epoch, where you click a currency and it absorbs all of the stuff within there into your inventory, right? The other recommendation is make it so when you're clearing the breach, it's just siphoning all of the stuff to the middle, right? And then when the breach closes, all the loot drops. Exactly like a breach stone, actually, if you've run breach stones in PoE 1
Yeah,
or
that'd be
PoE
great.
2.
I like that idea.
Now, the only con to that would be if you die while clearing the breach, you would get no loot. However, there's a good chance if you're looting during a breach, you're going to die anyway. So, you know, kind of a funny thing there. Also made a meme here. Make vacuum loot scale off light radius, and now you have a meaningful stat.
That's funny.
Okay, we only got like, what, 4 or 5 more, and then we're done. Why do delirium mobs push me away when I touch the thing? Just really annoying because it's like this weird bump. Not a big fan of it. I'm curious what you guys think about that. This one is a shout out specifically to Expedition. Mobs that block damage from the front. Yes, I'm looking at you, Expedition. I personally don't like this mechanic as it makes it hard to hit a mob from the front when there are 200 mobs surrounding that monster. This also goes in hand with proximal tangibility and temporal invulnerability mobs. I'm okay with, like, say, a boss blocking frontal damage and you have to, like, weave around it. Or even, like, a single rare monster. But the problem is when there's a pack of mobs that are blocking frontal damage, it's really hard to hit them. Because, like, as you rotate, they're also going to rotate as a pack, right? So this is just kind of like a weird thing. Proximal tangibility, you basically have to be, like, melee on the monster. Otherwise, you can't deal damage to it. And then there's a rare affix that makes mobs temporarily invulnerable. Not a big fan of invulnerable mechanics. It's just not really me. Probably like the least on concern with all the things, but just something that's annoying. Better way to ascend. So this will most likely come out with the 3rd trial, right? Right now there's 2 ways to ascend. There's the trial of chaos, and then there's trial of suck my... Sekima. So a better way to ascend... Ultimatum is too punishing for the average user to ascend, and Trial of Sec.
I kind of agree with Try's take on both of the trials here, which is that I actually like both of them. The real issue is in what the affixes actually are, and like the scaling, and like the tuning, right? Like it's a tuning problem. I think the other issue I have is that they're very long. Like I feel like I was saying this before, like a trial Sekimas, if I could just do you know, a floor per run instead of having to do these like when you get your final points or whatever, you have to do like a bunch of floors back to back to back. It's very time consuming, and like the earlier floor is like not as interesting at that point. Like I just want to do the hardest floor of the thing and not have to do all the floors. And then same with Trial of Chaos, but Trial of Chaos is kind of a weird spot because it does like build upon itself as you keep going. And in general, it's just shorter, so I feel like maybe it's fine. But Trial of Sekima in particular, like one floor is so many rooms. It's so many rooms. It's so time consuming.
Sekima is too long and tedious for the average player to learn. I don't think there's anything wrong with Sanctum, and I don't think there's anything wrong with Ultimatum, other than the fact that like there's too much waiting involved in Ultimatum. I think that when you gate it behind Ascending, though, a big problem occurs, right? If a player wants to do optional content, they're going to do the optional content, and it's going to feel okay. But the minute the optional content feels forced, they spend time to interact with it, and then they fail, they get very mad, right? Like when you are on the last trial or the last thing for Sanctum, right? You go all the way to the end of Sanctum, and then all of a sudden, you know, you die to the boss. He just goes and touches you like that. and then you lost your 1 hour of maybe even more, right? That just feels really bad.
I
It's
do think a lot. There is a part of this though that like is going to be better when we have the third one. Not only because we'll have a third choice, but because if it works like the first two, you get like a story ticket to do the thing that is infinitely repeatable. So it sort of guarantees that you will get your first 6 points in your ascendancy, and it's really only going to be the final one that like you can't just smash your face into. Like you have to be ready when you go in and all this other stuff, which I think is a good place to be. But again, even still, even with infinite retries, I think they're just like tuned a little too hard. But at the same time, it was so satisfying. Like the first time I did it, I was so like, I felt so good about it, right? So I don't want them to lose that part of it. But yeah, I think getting rid of some of the tedium by making you do like previous floors, things like that. And like you're saying, there is kind of a lot of waiting and like downtime in Ultimatum that doesn't need to be there. Like you're like walking between the zones or waiting on an elevator and like kind of weird stuff. They could probably cut a little bit of that and it would be better as well. But it's not a big deal to me, I don't think. Yeah, and then like some of the affixes are just crazy and like debilitating, and if they were just tuned down a little bit, like if you could play around them a little bit more, it would be better.
different if you're trying to do it for the loot, but if you're trying to ascend and get your power creep, it just doesn't feel right. Ultimatum is the same way, right? Ultimatum, we've seen countless clips on Reddit where people get to the last boss, or like a boss, or tornado spawns and they just die, or the boss like jumps and lands them and they just die, or there's like the Chimera poison spray where you just die. So
Yeah.
definitely really punishing, and yeah, if you're an experienced player, you can go through it no problem. But I'm also looking out for the
Oh yeah, and Trial of Secumus has like relics to sort of like, the more times you do it, the more relics you get, the easier you can make it, blah 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 blah. Ultimatum doesn't seem like it really has anything like that. I think it'd be cool if you got like rerolls, maybe, so that you could roll between the 3 different options based on like how many times you've beaten it or something. Something like that. Based on like how many rounds you've completed, maybe would be better. Because then it'd be kind of equivalent. I don't know. Something like that would be really nice.
people who don't have as much time, are not as mechanically skilled, don't want to go through the effort of learning everything. By the way, did you see all the loot on the floor here? This is an example of a big breach map. Probably going to be looting in here past the video, so. Okay, I don't think that the first and second ascendancies are that bad. It's mainly the third and the fourth. A lot of people don't want to grind for their ascendancy, so prime example of this would be grinding for honor. Even though it's not that big of a deal, it's really not. The concept of grinding for your ascendancy is weird for a lot of PoE players because they're used to just doing lab and ascending. But again, if they decide to keep it like this and then the third trial is actually okay, then I wouldn't really mind it. More importantly, when you get to the end and just insta-die, people get very frustrated because the only reason they're in there is to ascend. Also, RNG is very heavy during both, and that's true, right?
Oh yeah, I
RNG
also
is
heard
the
somebody
concept of
bring up
things
the
being-
point of like, maybe, and like I'm not totally against this idea, where like maybe if you die in Trial of Secumus or in the Chaos Trial, that instead of losing the chance, like you could still continue, but you just don't get the loot, but you still get to ascend if you finish it. Like you still have to beat the boss from 100 to 0. Like you still have to do all the rounds, all the floors, whatever. But you don't get the loot. Now with Trial of Secumus, there's some part of this that's kind of like, you're obviously still gonna get loot because the loot drops on the ground during both. But like maybe you just don't get like the soul core at the end of Ultimatum and the item drops at the end. And for Sekima, you don't get the treasure chests at the end. Where like the bulk of the real reward of the thing is. But you don't have to restart and do the parts that are like really easy. Like the first couple rooms of each of them are like really, really easy, right? But then when you have to redo them over and over and over and over and over again, like that kind of sucks, right? It's just like, it's just getting rid of some of the tedium and still letting you get like, you still have to accomplish the thing, to earn your ascendancy, but at least you get your ascendancy, and you know.
Random, so you don't really have full control over what modifiers you have to pick from in Ultimatum, vice versa in Sanctum, right? What I mean by this is you could just get absolutely screwed and do 40% less damage.
Oh, also when it comes to rerolls, both of these mechanics are kind of like roguelite mechanics, roguelike mechanics, and roguelites and roguelikes have reroll systems. That's like a big part of like every roguelite I've ever played, is that you can reroll things. So not having that when you're like, that's basically what both of these modes are, it seems very, very strange.
The boss has 50% more life and you have 20% less movement speed. And all of a sudden, it's now not fun to do, right? But that's just the RNG. The RNG is okay if it's not gated behind ascending, I would say, right? But again, it is what it is. If they put out the third one and it ends up being a lot more casual friendly, I think that this will fix the issue people are having. And then the last one would be Heralds. So this is specifically Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder.
Heralds, really.
I haven't done too much with Herald of Ash. I've done slight amounts. It feels weird that every time I try to make a new attack build, I say, how can this build clear packs better? Oh, just use Herald of XXX. It's not even about clearing the screen. It's about concisely clearing the pack, right? Like when you build a character and you get to maps and you encounter that first pack of mobs, don't you want to like trivialize the pack of mobs, right? You want to just like kaboom the pack of mobs. It doesn't literally have to explode, but you want like a clean hit that just erases them, right? Then you get to the blue pack and you fight a little bit more, and you get to the rare mob and you got to fight a little bit more, but like the general consensus of your clear is you want to feel good. You don't want to have to attack 13 times to kill a white pack. You don't want to have to try to aim to kill like the white pack, right? A lot of skills feel like they need a little bit more assistance, and I get this because they were trying to go for more combos and stuff, but I think the combos are more relevant on the tougher packs, rare monsters, bosses, maybe like a blue pack with a specific modifier. But like a white pack, I think you should just be able to cleanly kill the white pack of mobs, but it feels like there's a massive, like a skill imbalance, I guess is maybe the term. Not necessarily on the numbers, but on the mechanics of the skills. Anyway, that's pretty much about it. That was a big info dump. So I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let me know on what points you agree, what points you disagree.
Yeah, I haven't seen very many Apoxos videos, but this was a great video. Nice long form feedback video. I really like it. Seems like a chill dude. I know him as the Righteous Fire guy. He is the guy that plays Righteous Fire in PoE 1. So yeah. Let me see if they are actually live. Not yet. It will be. I am gonna get a quick stretch break in before the event starts, and I will be right back. You remember which room I was in?
I think it was to the left. So to your guys' left. So one of those rooms on your right, wasn't it? Because I remember we're next to the stairs.
Okay.
Pretty close.
Oh, it's gotta be this one, yeah. Frozen temperatures. The fuck?
It was in my face. It was in my face. It was in my face.
Alright, I put the camera down, bro. Let me know if you see anything. What you
Is for the way you
Are you convinced? Can you hear me from wherever you are?
One I see. V is very, very extraordinary. Is even more than anyone that you adore can love. Is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it in love. was made for me and you.
Can you hear me again?
But
The right way.
Nightly, please.
Coming.
Nightly, please.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, God.
I need to put meat down, you know, in case he gets hungry. Yeah. Look at you cooking. It's so cute. No. That looked like it was rare. Okay, now I'm ready.
They're a tasty treat.
They are such a tasty treat. So many balls. Yes. I guess I'll take it. We're not gonna make it. No. Oh, we gave up. What we doing here, sir? Sir. What's this maneuver? That's not what I expected to happen when I did that. I'll be honest. Alright. Oh, now we're going.
okay, I'm back. We're gonna be starting any minute here. Well, their stream will start, but I'm sure we'll be on like a countdown situation. Oh my gosh. I am so excited. I don't know whether to expect like these sort of things. Hold on. Like big, you know, league level stuff. Like this is a new league patch kind of situation, like level of content, in which case I would expect stuff like this. Or if this is just going to be like, I definitely don't think this is just going to be bug fixes. If this was just bug fixes, they would not hype it up like this. But it's just a question of really how much to expect here. I don't know. And I do expect, if this is a bigger thing, that we're going to have this event today, and then 2 weeks from today, basically, we're going to get the actual patch. But I don't know. And like, are they going to focus on in-game? Are they going to focus on adding more of the campaign, more of the classes? Are they going to even talk about nerfs and buffs right now? Like, I just don't know. I don't even have that's why I don't even have a bingo sheet, because I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Let me get the stream up here. Maybe. It's not quite up. It's not quite up. Oh my goodness. We're getting there. We're getting there. Here, I'll switch to this while we're waiting. Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like there's so many different routes they could go because there is so much of the game left to add. We've got this, you know, all these problems with in-game to address. I still think I do think there's a little bit of like a loot situation after the loot buff, but I don't think most people feel that way, so I don't really expect that to get super addressed. I think the rune thing seems like they've got to do it, but like I have so many questions, and I hope that Darth and Gazi get plenty of time to ask questions, and we get like a really long chat with Jonathan and Mark, Darth and Gazi, and that we just get a ton of questions answered. But oh my god, I'm so excited. This is way sooner than I was expecting anything like this. Like, I expected that they would come out with just like, you know, a news post with a pretty big patch at some point, but I didn't think we would get a live event this soon. And the live event part of it is what's really making me think that this is going to be a very big patch. But I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know what is happening in their chat right now, but a bunch of people are saying glorp, and I don't know why. Console still doesn't have a loot filter. Yeah. See, and that doesn't seem very likely unless they have a philosophy change. Now, wait, so can you not just, you can't upload a filter to use on console, Lola? Because you excuse me. You can just you can just upload a filter, like you don't have to actually have a file or anything like that. Like you can just upload a filter to your account. Like it doesn't, like on PC, like you upload the filter to your account and then you just have it in the game, but it's not actually like a file in the game. I don't know if I'm explaining this well. So it actually surprises me that you can't have a loot filter on console. I guess, is it just like you don't even have the drop down to like select a loot filter or something? Because like the base system for loot filters, you can like go on their website and set it up to your account. Like it's like tied to your account. Xbox don't like that stuff. Gotta be approved. Weird. Still, the stream's still not live. I was just refreshing. Yeah, I wonder if that's the real problem, is that it's just like a... I guess if it was in the game, like last Epoch, then it wouldn't matter, but... Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the philosophy change that would need to happen for them to, like, decide to do it, is that they'd have to be like, okay, we'll make an in-game loot filter. Oh, I'm not sick. My throat's just really, really dry. It's very cold here. My Texas grown body is not adjusted. Love the cold. Also, I had 2 cups of coffee this morning, so I'm sure that didn't help. Give me...
I want to miss you,
Oh!
sweetie.
They're live.
This is it.
Yeah.
Wait.
I want to miss you so much.
What?
Oh, just got an online offer from
Hold on.
Comics to sell this mom van.
Mute this because it's just a ad. I got to sub to their channel. Oh my god. Please stop. Please give me stream. Oh. They're showing Gazi and Darth on stream right now. That's funny.
Alrighty.
Properties. I don't think they know that. I don't think they know that this has
Read through the
happened.
questions one more time. You do the intro, icebreaker,
I ask the follow-ups. Then we go back and forth. After
They don't even
talking about
know.
what's being
Oh,
released, then we
no.
get into the state ofs. Trade, in-game league mechanics.
I don't think they know that they were just put on
maps,
display.
elements, ascendancies, HP, ES armor, map sizing.
We're like getting
totals,
we're seeing
variety,
Darth and
meta.
Ghazi in the green room.
pinnacle bosses.
Well, I think they know they're live, but they don't know that they're live on the
Ascendancy,
Path of Exile
difficulty,
channel. Because they're streaming on their channels, and it looks like GGG just like put them on the put them on the stream. Someone gotta tell them.
All right, I'll say it one last time, just in case this ends up happening for the people that are watching. In 4 minutes, we're going to begin a reveal. The reveal will be a video that will play out revealing everything that is coming. After that, there will be an interview in which we'll be interviewing Jonathan and Mark, the game directors of the game. We have a list of questions, about 70 questions long. We will attempt to get through most of these. It's a 2-hour interview, so I'm sure some of these will not be asked just due to the brevity of the
2
interview.
hours. That's pretty good.
With that being said, all of these questions, except me asking a question about Blight and Druid and Ghazi asking a question about minions, are all taken from the audience. So we are just basically taking questions that the audience wants to see and directly handing them over to the devs at this point.
I'll
there-
probably like make a statement of that in the intro
Sure.
as well, so that gets to the VOD as well.
Sure. There will be a VOD of this on YouTube. Obviously, the Twitch VOD will be here too. On Ghazi's YouTube channel, he will publish the video afterwards. It's hosted here, and then it goes to his YouTube VODs. There is currently a storm in Alaska because I am stuck in this terrible place. That is happening, and my
Poor
power
Dart.
flickered 3 times. So in the scenario of the power going out here, and of course, no other day but today have I had any storms. If that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main PoE channel is restreaming my stream. So if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down. So you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario. And then he would carry on the interview from there.
Interesting.
That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes. Thanks all for being
Here
here.
we go.
And we'll do our best.
I'm
not
so
to kill.
excited, man. They scheduled a 2-hour interview. I feel like this has to be meaty, right? This has to be huge.
Right.
I shouldn't get my hopes up. Maybe this isn't as big of a patch. There's just it's hard for me to imagine that this is like a league, like on the level of like a live event for a league launch. It just seems so soon for them to drop that kind of
You
content.
nervous?
But I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
not really. Like, we kinda
They're
took a
not
chance with
acting
the
like they're
special
on the
guys as
main
well.
channel. But maybe they know.
really
They must
nervous.
know, right?
It's
They're
always
just
a lot
chilling.
of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard.
Yeah.
That's the only. I'm not.
Calm
not-
down. I'm
I'm
trying.
Not nervous, but concerned that we're not going to be able to do the community justice.
I mean, pretty much all the questions are from the community, so.
Yeah, so
You
we're
know,
doing
we-
everything we can and then some.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic when we go full screen with
Yep.
the review, so we don't accidentally talk over it for the VOD.
Will do.
Are they like? They're like hosting the whole thing. This is crazy. This is very unusual. This is not normal. What is going on?
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Check Discord.
This is so strange.
Okay. Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen, just so you guys know, for a few minutes.
It's like they're
that's, like, pretty
responsible
normal.
for playing the reveal video or something. It's so strange.
Okay. 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I play the video here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is. Okay, if it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up. Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Muting mic.
Yeah, they're playing the video.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet.
Okay, they're not doing a
This
reset?
video will be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed.
Okay.
It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly, or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas
here
that
we
needs
go.
a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here.
Okay.
First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps
Alright.
generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps.
Oh,
Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire,
this isn't even like something I was thinking.
Bluff, and Mesa.
Interesting. Not the take I
We've also
thought they'd go
redone the
for.
existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring.
Huh.
We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've
Oh.
increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its
Oh,
own
good.
model.
That's good.
Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had
Yes.
too much clutter, preventing effects on the
Too
ground from
much
rendering,
clutter.
causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible.
Okay.
In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies.
Okay.
Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now
Okay.
we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas,
Oh, good.
pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps.
Good.
We've also improved the load times of opening the world map
Oh,
and
thank
Atlas
God.
panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it.
Okay. Nice.
For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also
Yeah, I
buffed the rate of
experienced that.
simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the expedition and ritual bosses.
Okay.
For Ritual, we've made omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window 60% more often.
Nice.
For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes.
Okay.
First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away.
Seems like a little bit of
This
a
makes them
band-aid,
much
but
easier
okay.
to find. To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts.
Okay.
Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now,
Okay.
we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made
Oh.
a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses.
Interesting.
A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realize that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques.
Oh, nice. I
These
wasn't even
changes
thinking
should make
about this.
finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use.
Cool. Yeah, that was a
We're
problem.
also changing a few
It's
other
so
things
low
to
on my
make
list
finding
that I
rares
wasn't-
better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and
Oof.
rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity.
Oof.
Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
Yes.
Now, as we continue to play,
Dude.
we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage.
Oh, nice.
Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing.
Oh, thank God.
Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals,
Oh, the
and deal
miners
less
kill me
damage.
so much.
And Lost Men Zealots
Because
can
those
no
mines
longer
were like
meteor you from
invisible under
off-screen either,
effects.
as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles
Hey,
is that
Lola!
the web-based item filter system is currently not working.
Shocked.
This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website.
Oh
But
my
now this will be
gosh.
done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website.
Wow, okay.
This
That
patch
really
also
surprised
contains
me.
a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating,
Oh.
showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect
Oh,
on the
hey,
trait,
I was complaining about that.
The song of the exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
Aw, that's cool.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in.
Okay.
That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
Later. Wow.
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it will just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment here.
All right. So I'm surprised. I guess it was kind of in between the two places I was thinking. I was like, oh, well, like, is this like league level? It's definitely not league launch level. It's much smaller. At least from what they've told us in that video. But there was some surprising things in there. I'm really glad we're already getting the rune replacement thing. I think that's good. I would have been way more hype if you could just remove them and restock it, but it doesn't really matter because you get a lot of runes. Being able to replace is huge. It's huge. And it just like it stops you from like accidentally bricking an item by putting the wrong rune in it, basically. It makes it easier to sell your old gear because one thing I was having was like, oh, well, this is a really good item, but if somebody didn't want this resist or whatever, socketed into this armor, then like they're not going to buy it. So like the potential people who would buy it from you is going to go way up. The console filter thing really surprised me but I guess it works the way I assumed it already worked. So I guess that makes sense. So now you can just sync to your account and get a filter. So yeah, the tower thing, that was a surprising solution that I wasn't expecting. I was really hoping, honestly, that the tower change was going to be like, it's a boss fight now. But yeah, this is a good fix too. Like, like one of the biggest problems with it was just that the layout was like terrible and there was only one. Now we get 4 more. Like that's huge. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to be fully happy with the end game until we see more sweeping changes, but it is a good change. I just don't like the base system. Like I don't like the bones of it being that like I have to do maps without content. I just think that sucks. So I really hope that in the long term we get more changes to that, which I'm sure we will. I just don't know if like that's the direction they really want to go, especially based on this change. It seems like they're kind of digging in a little bit. I am happy that the boss thing was a bug, basically, because it really didn't feel like there were that many bosses, and I didn't like run the numbers or anything. I didn't like suspect it. I was just like, man, it just feels like. So now we'll have more content essentially in the form of bosses. Adding bosses on tablets makes total sense. It was weird that wasn't there from the beginning. Like all that stuff is good.
Of audio
Oh,
now.
we're back.
Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Very good audio.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
Fine, you can.
All right, and then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely 2 individuals that is basically the
This is a
OGs
really
at this
big
point,
deal,
got
by the way,
Mark
for
and
Darth and Gazi,
from
because
Path of Exile
I
to
don't
Brand New
think
Games. How you guys
any
doing?
other content creator
Doing great.
besides
I mean, like, it's
Ziggy
really good to get
D
back into
has
things
done
again.
a
We had a good
post
break.
live event interview like this.
Like, and yeah, I don't
I
know,
could
it's
be
just nice to
wrong,
be
but
back and,
I think this is
actually
a
looking at the
first.
problems again, as much as it can be painful sometimes. But yeah, no, it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit, not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas.
Yeah, I'm glad they got a break.
But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
And it
Awesome
seems
to hear.
it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just
That
stuff
makes
that
a
we're,
lot of sense.
just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having.
So basically,
the
if we see a
kind of,
fix that looks like a
patch,
Band-Aid fix, it's because it is.
That's great.
So that people are
So
happier
for
while
this
they work
episode, or
on
this
bigger
interview,
changes.
or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off, so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, in the larger one that will have an economy breach and so
teasing
on.
us, Jonathan.
So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Which is exciting in its own to see how much more we can improve how many people having a good time. So.
So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of my main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing
Making
where now the inherent
contentless
map
maps
is higher
more
value,
entertaining,
and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different
That is
rolled
curious
maps differently.
answer.
So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing.
Interesting.
So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on, like, this map's really good and this map isn't, and we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
There was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the end gamers, we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play.
That's fair.
And be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now
I'm most curious by what Mark said at the beginning of that, which was, because it sounds like
a lot of just like sanding off all the rough
they're trying to
edges
make
that
it
in-game had
worth
by
it to
virtue of the
not
fact that it
run
just
tier
really wasn't
ones
as tested as what the campaign was.
on
That all being
maps
said,
with no league
I'd
mechanics.
say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad
Might be
luck or
worth
mistake,
running higher tier
protection
now.
to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so, like, you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map. You've run it, and you're like, "What the? I didn't get anything back from it." So, the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map.
Yeah, no nerfs yet. Hey, Minnie.
Whereas, like, a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE1, were just like happily sustaining maps.
They
and
basically
so, yeah, you
said
have these
that
two ends of spectrum, and hopefully
they're not
going to
do big
now. With these
meta changes until the first early access league.
For later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular,
which this is not that.
Mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Vow Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, like if so, I mean, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not. Like, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it, like, so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So, I mean, I assume you feel the same way about
there's
that.
some standout things. Like, obviously, you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on
they
them,
said
right?
it.
Obviously, this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But
Oh,
a
I
lot of
love
that
GGG.
contributes to, like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that, yes, are just, like, you know, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then, again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less... you know, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, you know, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, you know,
I mean,
sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2
The bad
seconds.
case of this though is definitely the tower map because it was kind of, it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great
It was
is
really,
like,
really
not
bad.
a good situation. So, you know, hopefully we've addressed that one. Like, that was really urgent to address because it's like, you know, because it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it.
I love them for just
so that one
no
had to be
bullshit, right? They're just saying it.
Turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But so like,
I-
obviously the variety
I
helps with that, but
love
also
that they
the
just
new,
say it.
the new version
They
of that
just
map
say
is
it.
now based on the top floor tile set, which is like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Better visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps a lot.
open, less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That's a good
that
question.
That was pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know.
Base your changes in facts, not just in feelings.
Having problems with Waystone Sustain, and so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you're doing.
I personally haven't experienced issues with Waystone Sustain yet either, but I'm also not in super high tier maps yet.
I feel like
I'm
we
in
need
like
to understand
tier
that problem
9
more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that you know someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty in dying, and like you know, it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean, even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference.
Yeah. I'm pretty tanky build, so I haven't died as much. So maybe that's why.
But like, I personally, like, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps. And I've sustained since.
Dude.
And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But
he's in the top 1% of players.
From a anecdotal standpoint of my own, you know, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and okay, I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. You know, so. We have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either
almost
way,
need to just
what
look
we
at
just
like
put forward
behind
is
the scenes, the numbers of it
higher
or something.
Maximum, sure, higher minimum, and bit more
this is the one problem GGG runs into all the time is that they're too good at their own game compared to the player base.
You know, failing 50% of their maps or 80%
which is
of their
why
maps.
stuff's
There is
always
a slightly more subtle
overtuned.
thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively, when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of like wealth that you found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And is on us because we like need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like there's quite a lot to that, and that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to like understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just like effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue.
That's fair.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot.
The
But you also
dagger to
mentioned,
make sure it's
I believe
fair.
it was in the video, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these?
They have
things
talked
you're
about
hoping to
like
accomplish
purposely
with this mechanic?
handicapping themselves to try and test things, but
Yeah, I can't really say
it's
what
rough.
it is, but what I can say is
There's so many different builds and things that it makes it really hard.
Sort of. I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to say the instilling your amulet with a notable. It's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like
Let us
that,
send
or
a
give
test.
you more
Yeah, I
power
don't
in
know.
general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right
take
and
it
do a bit
slow.
later.
Yeah,
Fair. I like
take your
that approach.
time.
Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. It might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and we were like, are we gonna we knew we would get time to sort out
know what they're gonna
Arbiter,
finish.
and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll
That's
just
fair.
promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Yeah, effectively,
they
there's
don't
a little
wanna
bit of trickiness around each
overpromise.
one to just work out all the states of everything. I mean, if you're looking at just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just someone has to do it. Is for the breach one, for example, we have to decide okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, you can't reset the whole map because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to do someone has to go write some code to make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and it's just random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking
Everything takes
really
time,
long
no matter
time.
how
We're just,
small the change.
someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on. Because yeah, that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. As I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but
Maybe.
all of his little attached zombies, during the phase 1 of the fight, when he summons the sandstorm, and
I haven't done any of these fights yet,
and
so
you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die, and in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you'd be like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
Good.
the 3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know. Yeah,
all right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It's just RNG. You have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just
video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the centers, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell where the that's not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. So
that's actually exactly what my Atlas looks like.
Because it was a little bit large.
There's a Citadel right next to my start.
The other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before.
Yeah.
It's seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter and Citadels here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. I think because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly. But
Maybe.
the bad mods thing was talking about items. So
items,
effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively, what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content, and effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out there were some anomalies around what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of somewhat random things about how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could occasionally,
but whatever. The point is there were a few things like that that were going on, and we've effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about high end, high tier stuff.
Great.
So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not
I did not get far enough to be affected by this, but
they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst. Tier.
Sorry, yeah,
Oh.
it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions
Yeah.
in different contexts. Like, but
We-
yeah,
we-
yes.
we
What I
are-
mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut
Understood.
out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I think in the note, like in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to go and fix that after we've done
we
this.
need to also we also need to we also need to make this consistent everywhere
Yeah,
and sort this
I know.
tiered situation out.
Oh,
I do
no.
have a follow up on that.
Yeah.
It is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding? Some
I think
sort
we
of way
are
for us to
adding
see
a
that?
thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this
That
whole
sounds
T1
nice.
versus T
The reason
random
the
number.
reason why
and-
there was resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that. But then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway. And
probably,
like
yeah.
I don't know, that was the original thinking behind that. But whatever. Like it might be less confusing if T1 meant no, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you
Yeah,
certainly
no,
wouldn't
I,
want to reverse that.
I think
That would
it's
be
fine
weird.
that it's
So,
T1
yeah, I
is the
don't know,
bottom.
like,
There seems to be
probably-
some more visibility into
Yeah.
what
Yeah, this
mods
is just a random small topic.
can
but just one
roll
of
and
those
what
things.
tiers can roll. And
Speaking of items and quality,
It's like a
one
UI
of the
problem
most
almost.
requested Editions, item filters coming to console, so I'm sure
Mm-hmm.
many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see ask for things like text UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, yeah, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just
Excellent.
by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start.
That's
so
awesome.
we just need to get that sorted and then test and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And you know, we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So but that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. You know, people often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, was a question I was asking about. What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Good question.
Well, I know you were saying. I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness that surprised you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second. And then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, you know, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that
All right,
like,
so it wasn't
I sort of
intended.
expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me. But
well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
I mean, the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want, I mean, we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever, and so there would, from our perspective, we're like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy.
People just
so
overreacted
really
without actually
nerfs in the same way. But then
none of those nerfs were like
obviously there's gonna have to be some changes because
I saw.
like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that like we actually have an understanding now of like what a character should look like. And so ideally when we do our first like true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it sort of there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that
I'm so looking forward to the first like early access league. It's gonna be so good.
A tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer, but that is also what we're working on in the background as well. Is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch? Then is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I don't. I mean, it is on our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
People look into things I think a little bit too much.
I didn't realize that this happened.
There are three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new.
That's so exciting.
Leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league as
I thought they confirmed that before, but I wasn't sure.
Means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there. But it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know, like
if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right? Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address. But ideally in such a way where
this is what I was telling you guys when like people were panicking because stuff was getting nerfed. It's like
completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf,
they're not actually. It's not nerfing in the way you think of nerfing for other games.
Intended. So like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores,
like,
and
you
that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the
if
one
you're playing a build
itself.
That's going to get nerfed.
That is obviously a nerf
because you will actually be breaking the game.
That really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. We're still thinking
otherwise
like, okay,
any
especially
nerf
in
that
the
affects
performance
you
case, that's like
is going to be
blatantly,
so minor,
you know, our
and
fault,
like
and there is economy there, and then
it
obviously there
ultimately
are
will not
people who
matter.
are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it to like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But you know, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're nerfing, just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the you know, economy / league reset kind of point. Yeah.
Great.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. Appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website.
Oh no!
And we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on.
Oh,
and there was
that's such
few
a bummer.
really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it, and this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts, and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally, rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs.
At least it's not a massive number, but
that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, you know, all the data that's sent on the web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information.
I do worry with
the
them being
itself
this
that they were doing involved
transparent.
deleting the frickin' records. Of the fact
I
that
hope
they were
this
doing
isn't
meant that like, you know, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us
I
to
hope
track
them being
down
this
full information about
transparent, this stuff has
and
already
we are
been
going to be posting
fixed.
a post with like all
It
the
sounds
information
like
that we can
it,
possibly
but
gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, you know, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that like yeah, we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, you know, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. So yeah, all of that really, really sucks. And especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't like easily find out what even frickin' happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But yeah, that seems to be what occurred.
So just quickly for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like
all right, so we don't need to panic
or anything like that. Sure. And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis. And it's actually quite.
I mean, if you were already breached, you were already breached. Is the problem,
it's
right?
taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really.
And from the
really
sound
crappy.
of the other,
then going back to the actual question about
the information we've known about this,
I mean, in this particular
it does
case,
seem like this person was targeting people with
compromised through our freaking support interface, right?
They were targeting people that were hardcore PoE players to steal like divines and stuff like that.
Bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have
so
the
like
same bug
streamers
for.
and
so
content creators
in that sense. But yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking
probably
about
people that were
so
like top of the ladder, stuff like that.
Two-factor auth in any regard. The
Sucks
only
for
issue
them.
with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so like it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, we will do it, but like we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like what personal information can they give you, and then now it's like storing personal information, and then like what's the GDPR implications of that, and like there's just like it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. So yeah, effectively.
Yeah, now people have more to lose if there is a breach because they're giving you more.
So you can bet on that, and that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can you can physically deal with that, right? So that one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the, like, yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything, so appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs, you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes. So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons classes?
It seems absolutely insane that we could be out of early access in 6 months at this point.
Similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So, like, that's like, I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got like a, you know, like releases that are fairly large that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual, like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, you know, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like, so we want to be able to do the balance patch, addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that, you know, people actually come back and play it and like, that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. Like so we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this, but I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because like if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so there would be so imagine we release one act, right? It's like how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like do you go like 1 2 3 4 and then like 1 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1 2 3 4 2 3.
See, this is why I'm thinking
like,
they got to do.
Do you have Act 4? You
all
can
the
also
final
play
3
Act
acts
1 or
all
Act 4,
bundled
or, like,
together.
you know, like it's kind of just weird, right? And like. So, like, from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like, at some point.
Yep.
But then
That's
on the
what
other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means, like, all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have, like, more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this, like, complicated, like, puzzle around this. And it's like, and what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like you say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally,
they're more motivated.
So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier.
Okay. All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Yeah. Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the percentage has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity
giggling.
which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1.
It affects
our
currency.
argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, like, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that, like, anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is, like, a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with that position, but like, you know, it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that, like, I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work, and ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, you know, like, that's kind of its ultimate goal. So yeah, but I mean that's kind of where it's at, really.
The problem is
There's
still
definitely
the
more to look
player
into here,
perception,
though. I don't know if
though.
you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully.
I think
saturate
after a
into
certain
unique
point, it
items.
doesn't matter what it actually does. It actually, this is one of those issues where
So, yeah,
it
certainly
does
holds
actually
different
matter
value. I
what
don't know
player
how.
perception
But then
is.
again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can
And,
in
like,
a week. There's this list
I
of
feel like they need to ask
100
themselves
things, and
who
we pick
Magic
the
Find
most-
is for. If
what we
like
think is the most
90% of the
impactful
player
10. And
base
so, yeah, there's a lot of these
hates
things that are
it,
just outlying on a list for us to really
who are you
actually
serving?
look into and investigate more and see, you know, what part of it people are.
But also,
liking
how
and
do
not
you actually
liking,
know what
because,
percentage of
you know,
players
even though you had
actually
Slippery
don't like
Jim
it?
do this, you know, the great service. There'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with
Because you
him
don't
as
get
well.
everyone's voices
So,
in
yeah,
a
we just need to look
situation
into
like
this a
this,
bit
right?
more,
Most
honestly, to get
players
a
aren't
better conclusion,
participating
but
in the
personally
conversation;
speaking,
they're just
I don't
playing the
think it's
game.
a problem currently, but I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live with people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Good
There's
question.
another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair.
That's fair.
And yeah, like I don't think it's been our primary
Interesting,
concern,
Duke.
like this week, because of the fact that, like,
I guess I
there's
don't
other
have a
things that we
super
think,
strong opinion on it.
We really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, our focus right now.
Fair
Which, I mean,
enough.
obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like
I
making
don't
sure that, 'cause,
necessarily
I mean,
feel
when
like
people are
it
dying for
needs
things
to
that they
be
think
on
is
the gear
bullshit and stuff
for
like
the
that,
game
but
to
that's kinda
function,
like
because there's
something that we
other
were more
ways to get
concerned about.
Magic
So,
Find that aren't
yeah, that's
on your
I would say
gear
we need to definitely do
in
more.
PoE.
We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase the question like
But
this
I'm not
then?
like
In PoE 1,
necessarily angry it's
item
there.
quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
Yeah, I see what you
rarity.
mean. Yep, that's a
Yeah,
very
so
good
what
point.
is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity. But you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency. It increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about, like, whatever transmutes are
and
dropping.
augments
You only
become-
care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
That's interesting. So it isn't actually
Well,
directly
it's certainly
affecting
going to be a
quant.
problem if it is perceived as that having enough
That's good information
rarity is
to
the
know.
only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps
Because a lot of
effectively
the
and also
outrage is
have enough
based
to
on like
spend on gear
assumptions
and
and
whatnot.
feeling,
That's certainly a
because
problem.
actually
In
testing
which
it is
case
so
some
time consuming and
adjustments
difficult.
probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
And the biggest problem is that
fair.
it
I do have
feels
one last
mandatory
follow-up
right
on
now.
it, and it's a discussion we had
Whether it actually
4 or 5
is
years ago with Chris
is
Wilson. And
irrelevant.
The topic was actually about currency drop as well, and the comment was that the
To, like,
numbers
people's
were fine
outrage.
on GGG's side. The numbers looks fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever, but the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community.
There we
is the
go.
direct
Thank you, Gazi.
opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation?
Yeah, how
when
do
the
we tackle a
is
perception?
completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure.
because of the
Yeah.
No,
zero
well,
quantity.
absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, you know, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that
not
may
necessarily doing
look
exactly
like in
what the
form that they're
community
expecting, if
asks
you know what I
for.
mean. So,
Exactly.
yeah, we have to look more into this.
This is the
That's
thing they do
absolutely the case, right? And
so
we can tell
well.
that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
They really
So,
look at the
speaking
problem.
of unhappy. We're
And they
gonna
don't
get
just- they don't just
into,
knee-jerk,
state
is
of
what they're
melee
very good at
slash
doing.
Maces is the next portion of the questions here. So let's talk about Warrior and Maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of Maces? How do you want Mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, Warrior's in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop, or Warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of Mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in in-game?
I would say it is more specifically a
Endgame.
problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a
I
point
didn't have
where there's pinnacle
any
bosses,
problems
and then you can kind of
in
one-shot
campaign,
pinnacle
but in
bosses
game,
with some of the
Yeah.
setups
very
currently.
noticeable
So
problem.
there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels
Right,
like
right.
a problem, specifically because you have things
Yeah.
like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in
I think
position, you're
speed
heavily
is the
punished.
biggest problem.
So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
The mobs are fast. You are slow.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of
It's
people
more
talking
than
about
fine.
that as if that was not fine, and I
That's
think
the
that it
most
is.
fun I
Like,
had in the
think-
campaign.
Or at least
Straight
I
up.
can't reproduce the issue
I had
during campaign.
so
if that's the
much
case.
fun playing my Warrior in
So
campaign.
really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution
It upsets
for you
me
right
so
now,
much that
but,
people shit
yeah,
on
like,
Warriors so much because during
we
campaign is
do
great.
need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the Warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other
It's
classes
speed.
do, I believe.
It's speed.
But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well.
It's
yeah,
just
I
speed.
don't know if you've got any more different opinions about
In
that.
game is
Well,
so
I mean, the
zoomy
attack
right
speed
now,
is
and
a big part of it, right? You obviously
can't
have
keep
that
up.
is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed that every other class is getting, and the Warrior has
Doesn't.
a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course,
interesting.
like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like
I
top,
would
top
say
end,
it's
very
also
easy to compare
exacerbated
it
by
to the
like if you were
absolute
tankier,
insanity that is like, you know,
but you were
Pillar of the
slower.
Cage God with Hoa and all
Sure.
of that, which
If
is
you were
just
harder to
ridiculous
stun,
right
but
now.
you were
It's
slower,
very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will
then
never
that would
be
help
viable.
counteract it, right?
But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and You know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
But there are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like you know the Hammer of the Gods, just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed.
I think the defense is actually a big part of this conversation.
One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting.
Okay.
But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2 that results in the armor being... The difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1, it matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where like white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with, and so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I do need. I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like have to look into. But that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like strength characters,
like Grim Feast for or
around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dance is universally just better than Scavenge Plating as an example of those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns
there's not as much synergy for armor.
I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, you know, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield. And so, like, it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, you know, oh, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, you know, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any
there
of
you go.
Any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
Oh, what do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. I mean, you are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms.
Oh, the charm changes look so good. I'm so glad they did the UI change for it.
There are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but
pull them
it's
out
clear
like
to us
trinkets
at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you.
Yes,
so that certainly
was
wasn't helping
point.
The case for them. So we can at least fix that. But yeah, there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much the ailments matter against the player, and you know, that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's
but also like 95% of the player base is running around with only a single charm. So
and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows, and so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like you barely. I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots. To be honest,
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like, you know, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love for sure.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly
totally fair.
In the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
It's not as like atrocious as like the towers were, right? Where it's like in your face problem. It was just like, oh, people are pretty much ignoring charms.
Really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well. Sure. So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think
just wish it wasn't tied to the belt.
Like, you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally, it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean, that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
All right. We're going to move over to another topic, which is, you know, speaking of belts and trading unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we'll talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now.
Oh, they're cooking
Unless you've got any
something.
particular thoughts that you think you can go
They're
into?
cooking something, but they don't want to
like,
talk
one
about
thing,
it.
of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1 just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there.
It's a never-ending battle, right?
We're on the
That's fair.
certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism, and so that like
which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure. So there's more stuff you can do there, but I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then as I said, people don't really see it as part of it.
Also, it was just permanent. It was a permanent decision.
I guess the thing is, we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the like without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is the obviously
you
always
still
a
have to
concern, like
grind,
making sure that
right?
there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what
that's
you're
the
finding,
main
or you're
reason
only
I
caring
actually
about normal items you're
am
finding,
not
or you're,
as down on the crafting system.
by doing that for sure.
And
the
there is
gambling
an argument,
system.
certainly by people internally, that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because
you don't care at all.
Crafting would always get you something better.
Yeah, crafting was how you got everything.
Like that is a concern for sure.
And one thing
I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like
I don't think anyone can argue is that items on the ground don't matter in PoE 2.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else you want to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now, and what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and whatever we're doing with the items.
Harvest.
It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items, because right now you drop an item and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind it, almost that's a different topic, which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading. But the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means, you know, RNGing the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will just be that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access,
I
there's just going to
hope
be
we
more and
get
more of those kinds
harvest.
of, crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that, like, I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So
harvest,
we'll have
and
a lot more
I want something to replace the
problem-solving,
crafting bench.
Content
in
created by
PoE2.
more towards solving the problems as
Or
opposed
something to fill the gap that we're missing
when you're
without
at
the
a point where you
crafting
have
bench.
so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that
Which
comes
could
from
be
that.
runes,
so
by
there's
the
like
way.
two ways of coming up with the content.
If they
and
had runes
certainly
that dropped like
this is one that will be a problem that
stats
we're looking to
or
try and
something,
solve by doing that.
that could
for
be
sure.
it.
That's fair. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously,
Oh boy,
have
here we go.
trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines.
I know nothing about this because I'm too poor.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price of the
divine is
the value of a divine is going
The
up. Okay,
item value,
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well,
Maybe
we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We don't. We need a lot more.
We
which
do,
is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for
and of course, the thing in PoE1 where things were priced in that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not many.
Right, not many.
Not many.
Astromentis.
Yeah.
Those are like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on a Venter's gamble, so it's like that's literally gambling. But like in PoE1, we have the option of metacrafting being a currency sync for divine orbs. Former exalted. So it creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation
I think
happening,
not having the crafting bench is actually
far
like
away from most players.
Got a lot of problems.
Even players that plays a lot. I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like, I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like, it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates.
And the crafting bench is like just such an accessible crafting method in PoE1. Like, it's really easy to understand compared to every other crafting system.
Drops being upgraded. So
you can see what your options are. You can see what it costs you.
Previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though
That's fair.
That would be
Well, we
the issue.
are at least making omens more common, so
Yes.
hopefully
Yes,
that
yes, but I
helps
mean
to
that
some degree. But
yeah.
I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine syncs. And then I suspect the answer also is additional syncs of currency. Because I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like, you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like, let's say the ritual expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, either this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. Yeah. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the
it's not even on their radar to move towards,
and then you have the things where it's like
a more player choice in game.
It's like, I hope I get the good one that's
it's worth, like not even part of the conversation,
divine orbs.
And it blows my mind because
so having both layers is important.
That is the number one thing that's wrong with the in-game for me.
Ones at that upper level that get
I want more choice about what content's in the maps. I don't want to do maps that have no content.
In the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting.
If it ever happens, I think we're really far from it.
To some degree, but not always.
Because it hasn't even been part of the conversation.
There are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like, we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore.
Can't spawn
so
the maximum.
There's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something about.
Like hundreds.
Yeah.
So actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So like that There was a joke if we could release reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So
that's
crazy. Like, there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want, like, what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And they just need to be better. And it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. and there's probably a few more adjustments
It's
we're going to make
more
from
about
there.
the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, yeah, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with
So we're not really happy with how that is right now.
Okay, good to know.
We're not happy with how the quest, the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas
it's like
of this.
placeholder.
So one of them
that makes sense.
That, like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more.
Let's talk about player choice. Please, somebody bring it up. I'm losing my mind.
To make that better.
Certainly want some
My
bosses
biggest problem
between
with
those
in-game.
points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a
and
feeling
I don't
of
mean random ones. I mean like actual ones. You know, still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to end game and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there. I would say.
Yeah.
And then I
it
did have
does
a
seem
third
just
point, but I
slapped
can't remember
together,
what it
but
was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. And so there'll probably just be more there at end game just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a more.
Like a boss you need to beat to get to the next tier or something.
And more things like that. There just needs to be more, basically, just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to end game. Of like, it doesn't really feel like it. It really does feel very different. From campaign to end game, and as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better, and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here, because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. We have to go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing. Then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting. It's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
I do actually. I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do. Right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here,
I think this is more of a pacing question, though. Like
discover this, do a tower, run this breach. All these things we can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going. Sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very stories like go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and a lot of people probably aren't really getting into based on the tutorialization. They're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff, and then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard, and they're dying, and so yeah, there's.
I
it's
just find
not
it boring and tedious, honestly.
Is friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players. It's not as friendly to them as we would want
I
it
don't
to
get
be
to
at
choose the
all.
content in the maps.
That being said, like obviously there is also
I feel
the capacity at
incentivized
that
to
point
just
to just be like, all right, I'm going to
blast
change my
low-level
build to
maps
do
to get
this
to
or
a
go do this,
tower.
and now I'm just like obliterating everything everywhere.
And I've gotten to the point in game where
You
I
don't
just
have all
ignore
those, like,
towers because I
story
hate
events
doing them.
breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just like
So I don't
map,
do the
kill everything,
tablets
map,
because
kill
I hate
everything,
doing
map, kill
towers.
everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, you know, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know. But again, PoE1 had a lot of this stuff,
Yeah,
and it had so
player
many
choice
different
is not
axes. If you
even
didn't
part
like
of
one
this
thing, you could do
conversation.
another.
So sad.
If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more.
I really
more,
hope it's
more,
one of
more,
their
more better,
questions, but-
without overcomplicating everything.
So
We
my
are
last
running out of
follow-up
time.
To this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people like know how to blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, you know, one Porto? Then now that the game has been out a while, does the one Porto feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one Porto state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one Porto defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to. Like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because you know that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death thing.
I'm fine with the one death thing.
I just penalty,
why do you have to take away
part
the
of the
content
thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as
like
like
sure,
you know,
take
if you're
away
dying
the
all the time,
waystone,
then you're probably
take
not
away
ready
my
to keep going
experience,
up
but
the
why take
power
the
curve.
content?
But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but
yeah,
you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but
I think
you
they're
get all these
missing the
monsters
mark
you
here.
haven't seen in ages,
I really
and they all
do.
combine together, and so you have to kind of like generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, you know, ultra powerful, and then you get into maps and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from
But
one
I mean,
map
at the same
to
time, it's like
another,
Darth
aside from
didn't
just like
even
maybe playing
bring
a
up
bit more carefully, or like you
the
know
content
not being so
loss on
overzealous
death,
and whatnot.
which
So
blows
there's,
my
it's just a
mind
little
because I
bit
feel like that
difficult
is the
there, and I
worst part of it.
suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually see.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just in the
get a little
minority. I'm
analytics on it as well and
confused.
actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback. Honestly,
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that. So I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map. We remove the extra content
There we go.
from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like
Why not?
So, for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map, and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like that would be nice if that was the case.
Yes.
But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution. Like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to, like, have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So, yeah, like, I kind of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
God, I wish I could pause right now.
And adjust the other axes and see how that.
I wish I could just talk to Jonathan.
Compromising on the one portal.
I know I'm a dumb
but yeah,
I'm not smarter than these people.
But
like,
it certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times.
Bring down the reward level
and before we
of
released
content
it, it's like people are going to
that's
definitely complain
unjuiced.
about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
And let me pick my content type.
Fair enough, yeah.
So
but
now
I
there's a lot more
increase the
people,
cost
well, now
for
there's a lot more
juicing.
feedback and
That's
a lot
it. That's
more
the
people.
solution.
It's much easier for us.
I just
to
want to
get
scream that from the
specifics on
rooftops.
how we could get it right, like for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, you know, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I just want to shout from the rooftops because
so we're cutting it a little
it's like
bit
they're
tight
right
because we
there,
have
right?
A lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions.
Like I think they're so
let's
blinded
get
by
there,
like
okay?
how people could abuse it that they're not seeing like, okay, but how do we make
let's
it
just dive
fun?
into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage for time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like
Just
poison,
lower
for
the
example.
rewards
So the question is, what's your
of the
feelings
base
around
content.
It, on a hit,
So that,
as it
and then
scales
give
on
us the
hit,
ability to
opposed
choose.
its
Don't
dot
take
scaling,
away
which we have
content on
a bit
death.
different
You're taking away
scaling in
fun
PoE1,
on
because now
death.
it's based off
Replace word
the
content with
actual hit
fun.
You're doing, which was taken away from PoE1. So what's the reasoning behind this? And what's your
Increase the
thoughts on
cost to juice a piece of content.
No, that one.
Well, I can't remember the history
To
of
get the
PoE1
crazy
too much, but
drops?
I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer
Sorry, I'm talking
that
over
the
the next
heavier
question.
the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get. It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters, and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's,
Yeah, I prefer
again, I
PoE2
mentioned
system.
the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you know, you get into that kind of situation, so there's a
There are
whole bunch
problems
of
with
balance
both,
here to
but
get
I prefer
right,
what
but
PoE2 does.
I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
It's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid. I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things, and I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in you know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get, like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like, we started with in PoE2 with a lot of things having, like, going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE1. And ideally, we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that.
Yeah.
But you know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally, we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like a, unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does,
Yeah,
but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It wasn't
that is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be,
that
how
is
it was.
meant to work.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look, and then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed to be like an anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like
mages are immune to it
past
mechanic.
their energy shield. So
Well,
like that was kind
you
of the
are
idea
right,
there. So
and I'm wrong, then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So
well, again,
we could easily be wrong. Like it's amazing
it also
how
could be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is another thing also. And like someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never got it live or something. Who knows? Like I'll look into it. It's
Interesting.
not meant to work that way.
All right, moving forward here, we are on elements, and now we are into ascendancy swapping. Is the next topic.
Oh yeah,
kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said,
I have no real strong opinion.
I still
on
prefer
this.
that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other. To be honest, like it wouldn't be the end like that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on. That's for damn sure. But so I don't know. It's like I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final. But that being said, we have respeccing of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land, but like we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, you know, just to overrule it just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like
I think I'm kind of where Jonathan is, where like I would lean towards letting people change it,
like,
but it's just because I don't really care
to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are. But I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character.
And it just seems like the people that care the most are and are vocal are the people that are upset you can't change it.
For new
so
players where they're like, oh, what are all these? What are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of doesn't. I don't really think that really holds water.
Less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly, but you can bet it's going to
I
come
think
up in discussions
letting
another,
people change it just makes the
you know,
most people
55
happy.
times this year.
I think that's
so.
really what it comes down to.
Surely,
We'll
we're
see.
just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much.
And I
of your
don't think
time,
there's
so
any
let's keep
real
up with,
repercussions
let's
for
keep
letting
running some
people do
questions,
that,
And the first one here is
like,
given the current
that are
TTK,
negative to
the
the
time to kill,
game.
A pinnacle boss is by many of the stronger builds in the game. I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended design something else?
It
As a
should
short answer
definitely
to that.
not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So, yeah, it's not right.
Good,
And
that's
just,
what I
you know,
want to
yeah,
hear.
there's some builds that are outrageous. And, you know, yeah, we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
They're still the
Exactly.
same GGG.
Yeah.
Like, if you
When you
invest
first get there and
stupid
you're kind
amounts
of
into a build,
relatively
of
equipped
course
for
you
it,
can
it
one-shot
shouldn't,
things.
like,
If not, you cannot.
It should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about
reference.
1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. You know, not like.
Okay. Oh, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant like goal. Like, this is an awesome.
I think that's fine.
It's supposed to be quite a
I'm
thing.
glad
when
they're
you get
saying
the
it.
last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition. But we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
Yeah.
So, map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same thing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning
there
and
might be more stuff to do.
tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, you know, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and
you don't want bad
into
you
those.
don't want
and,
bad
yeah.
ones of these. And
Yeah.
killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went to.
It's actually one of the reasons I like it as the
Yeah,
map
there's
goal is that, like,
certainly more work. Sorry,
I know that I've killed all the rare
Atlas
monsters when I
tree currently
complete
is
the
gated
map.
basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in, you know, clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, like as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
the pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents, but yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there, and part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that, and how you acquire the points. Again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, yeah, I actually do like them being behind that, but ideally each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
Just want to be able to choose the content on the map.
I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a yeah,
it'll be done soon.
We wanted it there for
soon.
release. Yeah.
Done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the sister, and it was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, it's not
we
that.
only
Okay,
have
yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah, like honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet, so it's just not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were
sorted.
some things that didn't work
Yep.
in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yeah, no time.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Okay,
I
couple
freaking hate
just real
predictive in
quick
PoE1.
optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent. We saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game, and is there any plans around making this a little bit?
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what do the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure.
And it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
It's just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
you
To be
know,
addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down, and we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So like, I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So yeah, there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
It sucks.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there. At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them, and then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So we'll try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor, minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word "come on."
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh.
That's good.
So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know
That'll
if it's like
help
the
a
full
lot.
solution by any means.
My problem is when
there's something
I'm
we
not
have to
even
do
far
around
enough
this, but I
away and
don't-
they're
I-
just
I
literally
honestly don't
doing
know quite
nothing
what it
because
is
they're
yet.
trapped.
And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is, and at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on distancing out. Which will help a little bit maybe, but yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about. With
For sure,
build,
for sure.
For them rubber banding to you resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here. However, in PoE 1, there's a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? I thought we did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From a damage perspective, not hugely. No. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And so
that is really the issue.
I would really like
is that if we make it so that
convocation.
boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that like that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the?
It was meant to be more of active. What are you doing to keep them alive actively? And we haven't got that right. Like for sure, we haven't got that right. So like I guess
really
bone
hard
offering was
to-
meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then but also then you got a multi-thread. You got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things I'm assuming that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So. The problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like, it's a huge amount of detail.
I do
It takes
kind of
quite a
wonder
long time.
about the convocation situation,
we have people,
though.
like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback.
Because it
and
would
we
really
are
help,
iterating on
but
it.
if that's just
but there's
anti what they
still,
want it to be in the
certainly a
end, then I
handful
guess
of
it would be a
things we need to
problem,
do,
because taking away
otherwise-
would be tough.
I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just
It's
like
such
can't
a
get
big
through,
problem.
and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and you know all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets. You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant used convocation could be a solution to that, which would also help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minions' movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damage minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That
you've
sounds
tracked,
like
or-
a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon
Yeah, yeah.
as.
I just need to look into what's
Our
going on. with it.
developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot
related
of rushed, like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's stuff, even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
Okay, I'm glad
I
they
got
feel that way.
plenty more other minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
Yes, good question.
Soon, fairly soon. It took more work than we expected. Actually, like, it was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it won't be. It's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2, there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have
Thank
to
you for the hydrate.
take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue, and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a specter come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a specter, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a specter that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
that is
still
true. Well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper specter mastering, so to speak, on all the
Well,
audio
it'd be
for all the
super
monsters.
anticlimactic at this point to release
I
Spine
believe the
Spectre
designers
before
are
they
almost
fix the
done
bigger
with their
issues
part,
with
which means
minions.
then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be an interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like, I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up.
Maybe
to make sure
you should have
they're good.
not
And
done
then all of a sudden
that,
you're
guys.
like, oh right, we had to make a specter of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the
that's
time.
fair.
But yes, now you have to make specters of all of them, which is almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
That's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally.
I believe that's resolved. 011 does have changes to that one. I believe.
Okay.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Yeah,
It was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after the patch, and then we'll make more changes.
Mark laughing so hard his face turned red there for a
Auction
second.
House. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered
Auction
many
House.
questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure.
Okay.
Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world, it's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated ascendancy trial. So for any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for this stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like, we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically, because I know he's red-green colorblind, and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the intention is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. It's just everyone just relies on it. We need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. It's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just but in my opinion, it should be automatic, and you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. I'm not a fan of just turn off all the effects. I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage.
Oh yeah, it's a good question. Good question.
Get, the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench.
What a dumb reason.
I think that's why it is, but I have nothing against adding it.
We can probably change that, right?
I think it was more let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem with adding it.
Yeah.
Great. That's logical.
So I probably nerfed the drop rate of flasks slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note, but sure.
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel. It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
I love GGG so much, man.
However. Okay, being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
Oh yeah, good one.
I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yep, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have a gambler in the hideout.
Yes.
For instance, Alva
the
normally
reason for that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on.
Oh, okay.
There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just disable. It's 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the reward. So, for instance, you can reselect the Titan. Do I want the Life Flask or the Charm Duration? You can't select from Chaos to attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change ascendancies? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
All right, good.
Movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that like, yeah, I think it's good.
I mean, if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Honestly, if there's a level of movement that's mandatory, just make the base player movement faster.
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
in
to be
general, no, like.
Yeah.
If you're looking at like, you know,
like we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this. Then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of what
more
it
of
is.
a generic question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're you know, with co-op here.
I think it's.
There's something not right about it.
There's something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it.
I agree with Jonathan here. I played a little bit of co-op with Zan off stream.
No, because you know what it is,
and there was a little bit of weirdness.
Really, really close to the end of development, the size of the player, instead of changing the size of all the monsters.
I like the idea of not just phasing through your friends.
Situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that, in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines.
It's fine.
So yeah, I'll that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself.
Yeah.
In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Decent question,
well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can done in the near future. I honestly, like, this is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on to?
It's probably turned into more work than we initially anticipated, for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and yeah, we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some resources, a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy-paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work. And
I actually thought they would just say, yeah, you know, it's lower priority than other stuff.
Due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah, so
but I guess it's a separate team anyway, so
but yeah,
it isn't actually that
we
reason.
should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think that pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about, you know,
bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah. So I figured I'd just throw it out there, but that's it, guys. You want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming. And, you know, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above. We very much appreciate you guys' time. And sorry for going so long. But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but...
No problem,
we don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my.
We don't know how long it's been.
You're so nice.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, guys. What a good time. What a good time. Yeah, man, I have such mixed feelings, I guess, about this, because I'm happy in general with everything, but I am shocked. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm kind of out of the loop, I guess, with like how everyone else is feeling about the game outside of like the videos we've watched together on my stream. I wasn't really. I'm not really in tune with how everybody's feeling about the game. I am shocked that that the idea that like content being something you like fight to even have in maps just didn't come up. Like it was like there was like a brief moment where Jonathan was like, hey, like I don't want to remove content when you die. Like there was that brief moment, but outside of that, I feel like it is so not even part of the discussion that I'm actually kind of concerned. But I don't know, maybe it's just not, I don't know, because to me that is the biggest problem with in-game, like no question. Like I like towers are painful and all that other stuff, and like everything else that they talked about is true. But at the end of the day, the thing that drives me nuts about in-game is just that in PoE 1, I feel like there's so much player choice in like what you're doing in every single map. And now in PoE 2, it's just like 90% of the maps I run have no league mechanics in them. And that's just the optimal way to play, is that you pop in a tier 1 waystone, you blast through to the maps that have content, and then like, well, it's not even that like keeping quiet. I think it's just like Darth and Ghazi didn't even ask about it. So I feel like maybe I'm just on a hill screaming by myself here. Like maybe I'm this is just my personal feelings, and most people don't feel this way, and I'm just surprised that more people aren't complaining about it, I guess. Because to me, especially coming from PoE 1, where like that is the selling feature of PoE 1. The like, if you were to ask someone, like a PoE 1 players, like what the best thing about like what is the defining thing about PoE 1? They'd either say like build diversity, something along those lines, or just the best in-game in the genre of any genre. And the reason it's the best in-game is because of player choice of what you're doing. Like I've heard people say that over and over and over again, and I agree. Like it's the standout feature of PoE 1. And somehow we've arrived here at PoE 2, and it's completely gone. It's completely gone. And it really, really surprises me. And like, it's even been something like in the announcement for early access, like that big live event that they had, they mentioned player choice in that announcement. And I really feel like it's gone. At least because the reality of what it looks like for people that haven't done, so you haven't done maps yet, so I can lay it out. And I think for people that are new to PoE, you probably I hope I'm not ruining your experience by describing this, because I feel like if you don't know, it's not going to hurt you, right? It's one of those things like if you haven't experienced PoE 1 in game, you're not spoiled yet. You're not spoiled by how great PoE 1 in game is. And so if you compare PoE 2 in game to like any other game with an end game, it's a great end game. But I think I'm coming from the spoiled perspective of coming from like the best in game in video games, basically, which is PoE 1, right? That's my personal opinion, at least, right? And so it's hard because I'm like, it's not even the issue for me that we just don't have as many choices. That's not the problem, because like that's understandable. We're in early access. PoE 1's existed for a decade. That's why there's so many choices. Each choice was like a league that they had, right? The problem for me is that the way that the system works is that the way you determine what mechanics are in a map is by using tablets in towers. The way you get tablets is if randomly, so let's say like Actually, you know what? I'm gonna open the game for this. I'm gonna open the game for this. I will demonstrate what I mean. Let's look at the actual game. Let me see here. Okay. We'll do this. I'll log into my witch. My witch. But I want to say, I just want to stress, like, overall, that was like a super positive announcement and everything. But it's just, this is like probably the single most important thing to me about the in-game. Most definitely, actually. And I'm just shocked that it didn't even come up. It was like barely touched on at all. Got my hands like shaking. Let's just, I don't even need a map. I just need to open the thing. Look at this. All right. So here's a decent example, maybe. Hold on. Let's find like, okay, I haven't run these maps, right? So I haven't done any towers or any maps in this little corner here, right? Like they're grayed out. So there's out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's count that one. 9, 10, 11, 12 maps. I guess I'll count these two. 13, 14. So 14 maps on my screen. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I won't count the towers, I guess. 5, 6. 6 of the 13. So almost half of these maps have nothing in them. Nothing. They are just a map with monsters. There's no mechanic. Okay, but let's say I care about, let's not do bosses because that one they said was bugged. Let's say I'm a delirium enjoyer. Out of these 13 maps, 2 of them have delirium. Right? And there's nothing I can do about this except to path to a tower and put in a delirium tablet, which I will only get by doing delirium. So you see the problem here, right? When I start maps, I have to do a bunch of maps I don't care about and do content I don't want to do to get to the maps that have delirium, to hope that I get tablets, which, by the way, in my experience, you are not guaranteed to get a single tablet from running one of these pieces of content, especially early on, which is basically where I am, right? Like running yellow maps. This is every single tablet I've gotten. I think I've used maybe 3 tablets. This is every single tablet I've gotten. And I am up to tier 9 maps. And I have not been efficient, so I've done a lot of extra maps. A lot of extra pieces of content. And this is the only amount of tablets I've gotten. These are not like, you're not going to be drowning in these tablets, at least early on. But maybe this, I just find this so miserable. And maybe the problem is that it's because I'm not further in. Like, I think it's probably one of those things where, like, the more you use towers, the more tablets you get, the more towers you can use, etc., etc. But, like, no matter what, you have to pass to a new tower. Like, you can only use these towers one time. And then you can't use them again. So you have to path to new towers. In order to path to new towers, you are inevitably going to do content or no content to get there. And then there's no content inside the tower. Like, yeah, they're going to add more variety to the tower maps, so at least that'll be slightly more interesting, I guess. But, like, if I just want every single one of my maps to have delirium, too dang bad. There is nothing I can do about that. And, like, if we look at Atlas skills, even if I got to the point where I had gotten points for this, which requires you to do a bunch of them in order to beat the boss, right? That's how you get a point for this. is that you complete a simulacrum. So I guess not really a boss, but you complete the simulacrum to get points, which means you've already done a ton of these, right? Now this might help you get more tablets, you know, but there's not much going on here. That's even once you've gotten to the point that you've done enough of these here, like, I just don't feel like this is actually helping you get more delirium that much. Like, it's really rough. Because, like, I'll sit here and grind stuff all day, but, like, I don't want to do content that's literally, like, not content. Like, in PoE 1, I could literally use... I run, like, let's call it 40 maps in PoE 1, and I can guarantee that Harvest is in every single map that I do. 40 maps. It's probably less. I could probably open this up on my screen here. One sec. Let's pull up PoE Atlas tree on the planner. We'll figure out exactly how many points this actually takes. This. Okay. So here's the PoE 1 Atlas tree. We need to get... this is a big one. So we'll do this. All right, we've now made it 70% with 11 maps. I have 70% chance for Harvest. All right, so if I want 100%, boom, boom, boom. Is there another one? I mean, I got it to 90%. Let me see. Sacred. Okay, so the other one's up here. So this is where you spend more points to get this. But I now have... Your maps contain Sacred Grove. So 100% chance of Harvest. And I've done 24 maps. So that's what I mean. Like... You can truly guarantee. And then on top of that, let's say I freaking hate some other mechanic in PoE 1. You have all these nodes that say your maps have no chance to contain, you know, this mechanic. So in this case, it's Ritual. This one lets you block Blight. This one lets you block Ultimatum. This one lets you block Delirium. This one lets you block Heist Blueprints. Block Breaches. You could block Abysses. You could block Expedition. You could block Sacred Grove. You could block Legion. So, like, you have such fine tuning of what you are doing in maps in PoE 1, and now it is just completely gone. Completely. And I think maybe there's a chance that the reason I'm really feeling this, and I haven't really heard this, and like we just watched the whole, you know, 2.5-hour interview and it never came up a single time, is because I'm not a super efficient player. And I know that even in PoE 1, what I just showed you, high-end players don't do that. They guarantee that they get a mechanic by using items. They don't actually use their Atlas tree to guarantee a mechanic most of the time. They might make it like slightly more likely, but then they'll use items. Total noob question. At the point you are doing those towers and stuff, how much of the story is there, or is the story already finished? Yeah, this is post campaign. This is a post campaign thing. Right now in early access, there's not really a story to the end game component, but we can expect that when the game comes out, there will be a post game story component, like a post main campaign story, but it'll be a lot less frequent that you're getting things like new dialogue and stuff like that. It'll still be more grindy than the campaign is, whereas like the campaign, you're constantly getting like new set pieces and dialogue and, you know, story moments. The post-game stuff in PoE 1, by comparison, like has story components, but it's like, you know, every 20 hours of maps or whatever, depending on how fast you are, I guess. I'm pretty slow. You get like a story beat or a story update where you fight the next boss in the post game story. But right now we don't really have any of that. I guess there's a little bit that I haven't done that's like pinnacle bosses, but even that's not really, I don't think that's really story. I don't think there's like a story component to it. Yeah. But yeah, it drives me nuts. It's driving me nuts, and like it's like that lack of choice combined with the build I've been using, which is the minion build, and the crazy minion bugs where like they just get stuck and then they will literally just stand there. Like they're on the same screen as an enemy and they won't do anything about it. They will not attack them. They will not try to get through the door. They are just stuck until I walk far enough away from the minions that they respawn. And that is how I have died like the last at least 5 times that this character has died. Basically made me rage quit playing the end game because I was like, what am I even doing this for? I can't focus on a particular mechanic. I'm dying because of essentially a bug. So that's kind of where I am. So at least they talked about the minion thing. They're trying to address that, but I'm still just flabbergasted that the discussion of player choice in in-game did not even come up. Because to me, that is like, at the bare minimum, if you ask someone who loves PoE 1, their top 3 favorite things about the game, player choice in the in-game is on that list. Find me one person who loves PoE, who has hundreds of hours in PoE 1, that does not tell you that that's one of their top 3 favorite things about the game, because that would be insane to me. That would blow my mind. I'm ranting. I'm very sorry I'm ranting. I've had a lot of caffeine today, but yeah, I'm so confused by it, and I feel like maybe I feel kind of like crazy, like maybe I'm just very out of touch and this is just a me problem, but that's crazy. That's crazy to me that it didn't even come up. And I don't know what their solution is gonna be to it, because it's not even on their radar, clearly. Like, I'm so sad about it. I really am. I think it's now my, like, I wasn't as worried about it before because it seemed like such an obvious thing that they were gonna address this. Because again, it's just like a core pillar of the game. If I became a lover of PoE, I would be one of those. Only interested in playing till the story is finished. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. At this point, like, I don't want to be one of those players. I want to do all the in-game stuff. I love doing the in-game stuff in PoE 1. And I'm very, very concerned. Because I just thought it was such an obvious thing that they were going to have to address. But since it didn't even come up, I'm worried they're never going to change it. I'm actually worried that this just isn't, that this is just how it's going to work. And I'm just super worried about it. Maybe message Darth or try and ask about the issue. Maybe I should. I don't know. I just feel like I'm nobody, you know? Like, I don't know. What does my opinion matter, I guess? Is that too, like, pessimistic of me? I'm just like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, if this is the direction they're going in and this is the game they want to make, then, like, fine. But also, I'm just really bad at English. So I get a lot of anxiety about, like, typing something up to somebody. But, I don't know. And if I'm the only person in the whole that plays this game that's like sitting here this upset about it, then like clearly I'm wrong, you know? Like if people are having a good time and like this just isn't their problem, then like I don't know. Yeah, like if everyone else doesn't need this to enjoy the end game, then like who am I to sit here and be like the game needs this, you know? Just do a draft first. Yeah. Because, like, I don't want to be one of those people that's just, like, make your game different for me when, like, it's not like this is a bug, right? Like, it's not like this is the design they went for. But I'm just shocked. I'm just really, really shocked because to me, I feel like I've heard over and over again that the best thing about PoE 1 is player choice in the end game. And I'm just maybe I'm just stupid and the choice is here, like, because like I said, like maybe if I was using the towers more and I was better, I guess, at the end game, like if I was better at these mechanics, maybe I would be getting more tablets, and then I would basically all of my maps would have delirium, for example. But maybe just because I'm not good at the game, I'm just not feeling like every single map has the thing I want on it. I just don't know. Because like these do have a large range, like these towers. So like maybe what ends up happening is that like the first time you go to a tower, yeah, you're not doing the content you want. But then you put a delirium tablet in, and then the route to the next tower has delirium. And then you go to the next tower through delirium, and then you put a delirium tablet in, and the next route to the next. Like maybe that's how it works for people that don't suck at the game. I don't know. And like, I don't want to sit here and complain just because like I'm doing it wrong, I guess. I feel like I just need to kind of come out of my bubble a little bit and just actually watch other people play the game. Because I want to just like watch somebody running maps that like knows what they're doing for a little while and actually see what that experience is like for them. Because I think maybe I'm just having a different experience. Because if people were having the experience I was having, there's no way. There's no freaking way that it would not have come up in that interview just now. 2.5 hours. They asked every single question on their list. So that means nobody in their communities asked this question. Not a single person. So clearly I'm in the minority, right? But like, I'm also the person that tells people like, you can't play the game wrong if you're having a good time. But I guess at this point, am I having a good time? Not really, right? Like, at least not with the end game. Like, partially I am. Like, partially I still like the game. And I think if I wasn't having bugs with my minions, I'd still be blasting in this. It just wouldn't be my ideal. It just wouldn't be my ideal end game to not have choice on what content I was doing. And again, you know, I guess to some degree, this could get better with more leagues, because maybe we'll get to the point where there's never a single map that doesn't have something in it. Maybe that's where we're headed. But also, the other thing they brought up that's kind of on this topic is they were saying that they were adding more content that's not league content to the maps. So at least it would like address the concern of like running these maps with no league mechanics on them being miserable. Like I mean, miserable is a strong word, but they're just boring, right? You don't have any like real rewards to look forward to when you run a map with no mechanics. And like, there's nothing really interesting on them. But if they add more chests, they add more, if they make strong boxes better and essences better and all this other stuff that like isn't one of these, then suddenly these could be better. But I just don't think that really addresses the problem of player choice. It's like, yeah, it'll make the part that's boring less boring, but it still doesn't give me back my choice. Like, in PoE 1, you've got the Atlas that I showed you guys that lets you deterministically do things, but you also have scarabs. Like, you can put a scarab into the the map device that guarantees harvest, a single scarab, and we don't have anything like that, as far as I know, in PoE2. But we do have slots for it. So we have 4 slots here, which, as far as I know, which again I could just not know, but I think the only thing you can put into these right now is a map. But I could be wrong. I haven't like looked this up or anything. So maybe this is another component that it's just I don't know, and actually there is a way to deterministically add stuff. But I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. I don't know. I'm ranting too much. I should probably stop for today, even though I would love to just like play PoE or play Satisfactory or something, but my ankle is not doing great. Honestly, it's just not doing great. And I need to just be careful with it. And I'm hungry, and that's probably not helping the ranting. But I think tomorrow, since I normally my plan was to do Satisfactory for Sundays, but we had a PoE event today, so I didn't do it. I think we'll do Satisfactory tomorrow. And also, I don't know when this patch is coming out. Let me actually, before I bounce, let's see if they posted like patch notes or something. Okay. Let's see. Form. Patch notes. Okay, there's no patch notes. Okay, there's a video. Okay, patch notes will be posted in a few days. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so that's to be determined. Yeah, and I think I would expect that we're not going to actually get the patch for like 2 weeks, so I think I will probably stick to mostly Satisfactory. Maybe we'll do some more hardcore. I kind of just want to keep playing that warrior character that I did in hardcore, because like the character's not gone, they're just in solo self-found now. I might do some of that, but I think I want to get a good chunk of Satisfactory going before the patch comes, and then when the patch comes, we'll play more. But yeah, I also just think for me with Path of Exile right now, I want to get a different character to the point that like mapping is good. So maybe because that warrior build was kind of fun, I might try to get that up there. And then that way, when these mapping changes come, I can give it another shot without minions, because the minions are really hampering my experience in maps because they're broken. Yeah, so I think I want to do that, and I'm still very, very, very excited for the future of the game. I just want to say that, like, I'm very confused by this one particular thing and like why I seem to be alone in it, but other than that, I'm very, very excited for the future of the game. And a lot of these changes were great. Let's see here. Let's raid. Let's just raid Darth. I'm sure he's having a good oh no, he's offline now, I think. Happy I made it. Thank you for being here, guys. Thanks for keeping me company while we watch this. Try to find somebody Path of Exile to raid into here. Yeah, we're gonna go raid let's go raid Rax. I don't think I've ever raided him before. Yeah, I just gotta be careful with my ankle. It's tough. It's really tough. Can't be on the computer as much as I want. for sure. I think we're gonna try to figure out some food or something. I got like nothing here to eat because I haven't been able to cook because it involves a lot of standing. Anyway, I I shouldn't complain so much. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Regular time, 2 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna play probably some Satisfactory. I've been playing a little bit here and there. I doubled my power and stuff like that, but I will catch you guys up on that tomorrow. Bye.